Hello everybody. My name is Tom Burns and welcome to the stream. Hello Genetic ACGT. Professor Wigglytuff isn't with me yet, but we'll get into that. Right, there we go, that's better. I'm in the middle of the camera now. So, I hope you're all doing okay and welcome to Wrestlemania week. It's a very exciting week coming up. We've got a lot of stuff coming up for you here on the Twitch channel and on YouTube, so don't forget to follow if you're watching on Twitch, and don't forget to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. All of it would be much appreciated. Looking for my drink there, sorry about that. Hope you're doing okay, Genetic ACGT. So, yeah, like I say, Professor Wigglytuff will be joining me very shortly. I'm just waiting for him to call me when he's ready. He shouldn't be too long. And then we'll get into... did I get my hair cut? I look a bit different. No, I've not had my hair cut. It needs cutting though. I think since the last time I did a stream, I've had my beard trimmed, so that might be what looks different. But no, my hair definitely hasn't been cut. Yeah, we'll get into the few, the things I want to talk about before we get to Raw when Professor Wigglytuff gets here. But let's go through what's going to be happening this week. In fact, no, I will wait until Professor Wigglytuff is here for that as well. So I hope you're all excited for WrestleMania week. Always, one of my favourite times of the year, WrestleMania week, WrestleMania season. And so I'm not going to say exactly what's going to be going on during this week yet on the channel. Because I'll wait for Professor Wigglytuff for that. But what I will say is I'm doing exactly what I did last year. Exactly the same. I'm doing a stream every single day of the week this week for WrestleMania week. It starts today with the final Raw before WrestleMania watch along, and then it finishes next Monday on the Raw after WrestleMania. So, I'm doing the Raw after WrestleMania. I'm doing today. But I'm not going to say what is happening for the rest of the week yet. I mean, if you watched the short that I did on my YouTube channel, just to update you as to what was happening, you will know because I said on that video. But if you haven't seen it, then stay tuned because we will have very shortly for you the schedule for the week. I'm excited for WrestleMania week. The problem with it though is that Raw and SmackDown before are a bit more at least. No, I disagree. I've never found them boring. There's parts of it that are boring, but I've never found the whole thing boring because it's the final Raw and SmackDown before WrestleMania, the final time for people to get, for the superstars to get people excited for the matches, and it usually goes quite well. I will say the last few years, the Raw after WrestleMania has been quite boring, which is usually the best Raw of the year. It's turned out to be quite boring over the last few years, but hopefully this year will be different. But yeah, I will get into my schedule very shortly. Like I say, I'm just waiting for Professor Wigglytuff to give me a ring so we can get on with the rest of the stream. So, like I said, I'm doing a live stream watch along of Monday Night Raw here tonight. It starts at 1 AM my time, so just under 2 hours, so we've got a bit of time to talk about things before we get into Raw. What I will say is what I will say is that I am excited for this week. I loved doing this last year, where I streamed every single day of the week. On WrestleMania week, from Monday Night Raw before WrestleMania to the Monday Night Raw after WrestleMania. I enjoyed it. I mean, it's very tiring, and it's very it takes commitment to do it, because obviously I have a job outside of doing streaming, obviously, and that takes up 4 days of the week. So I will be working alongside doing these streams. So it is going to be a very tiring week, but it's completely and utterly worth it. And I'm very excited to get into it. And I was very excited to go live today. I've been thinking about it all day. Got it all set up quite early, actually. I set it up I think I set it up about 7 o'clock. So that when it come to 11 o'clock, I was ready to go. The only thing I had to do was find a thumbnail for my YouTube video, and that was all I had to do. That was the last thing I needed to do, and I did that just before I went live, and I actually went live on time, which is something that I don't usually do. On time for what time I said I was going to go live anyway. So yeah. Let me just. Okay. You have a similar gaming chair to mine. I love this gaming chair. Unfortunately, because of how I've not had it that long, really. I think coming up to Christmas this year, it'll be 2 years that I'll have had it. I got it for Christmas from my mum. Literally the only way I was ever going to be able to afford a gaming chair. Gaming chairs are ridiculously expensive, and I wanted a proper gaming chair because the chair that I was using before, as a lot of you will know who's been watching my streams for a while, I live with my gran, and a lot of the streams, the chair that I was using before, was, the chair that I was using before, was a one of my gran's really old chairs that was in this bedroom that I'm in now when I moved in, and she'd had it for years, like as long as I can remember. And it was that old that when I sat on it, the springs underneath just, well, I say springs, whatever. I can't really describe what it was under the cushion. It weren't a hard surface. It was like sort of like 5 springs going across the bottom, and the cushion would lie on top of these springs. Now I don't know if that was what the original design was, or whether because the chair's that old, there was like a something more what's the word? A harder surface underneath the cushion to start with, and then that broke, and then that's how, or if that was always the original design. But because I'm quite a heavy person, every time I sat on it, after about 2-3 minutes of being sat on it, I'd start sinking into it, and then the cushion would start going through these springs. So I needed a new chair, and finally I got one, and I love it. It's not lasting as long as I would have hoped for. Like I said, 2 years this year it will be at Christmas since I've had it, and like the thing to put the chair up and down. Well, if I put my chair up to the top, it just sinks. It just goes down. So that's broke. Anyway, Professor Wigglytuff is ringing, so just give me a second. Where's my headset? There it is. Okay. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show, Professor Wigglytuff.
Good evening, Tom. Good evening, everybody. A wiggly wiggly to all of you, wherever you're tuning in from. Good evening, Genetic ACGT, a regular follower. Great to join you. We are now on the home straight to WrestleMania. Indeed, it's WrestleMania week, starting with the last Raw before WrestleMania tonight. It's going to be a good WrestleMania, I think. We're there. They've done a lot of promo about it. It's in Las Vegas, Sin City itself. And obviously, it's a stacked card with, great rivalries, great matches. But of course, Cody versus John Cena, that's the one we're all waiting on. Will Cody continue as champ, or will Cena get title number 17? And indeed, will it be through honest means or dishonest means? We will find out soon enough. Back to you.
Okay, well, we're going to... we've got a bit of time here before Raw. A bit later before Raw, we'll get into our predictions for the matches that have been announced since we did our last stream. I think there's been about 3 matches announced since we did our last stream, so I think the card's pretty complete now, although there is one sort of man left to get a match on the card, and that is Randy Orton. I think that'll be solved on SmackDown this week, so we'll have to wait for that one. But we'll get into the predictions of the matches that have been confirmed since the last time we streamed a bit later on. But first of all, I just wanted to say, I just wanted to get into what the schedule is going to be this week. As you all are aware, like I just said before Professor Wigglytuff joined us, I'm going to be doing a stream every single day this week. It starts today and it ends with the Raw after WrestleMania next Monday. I did it last year. It was very tiring. It was very difficult. But I loved it, even though it was very tiring, obviously, because I was working alongside it, and I'll be working alongside it this year as well. It was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to doing it again. So the schedule is, of course, today we're going to be doing the live stream watch along of Monday Night Raw. And just so you're aware, just before I get into the rest of the schedule, all the stuff that I'm going to be watching this week, I cannot show on the stream because of copyright. So please don't be asking in the chat constantly for me to show the show or anything like that, because I cannot do that. And if I do see you asking, I myself will either block you or I will get one of my mods to block you, because I just can't be bothered to keep telling people why I can't show it when it should be plainly obvious. Anyway, I just wanted to say that before we get into the rest of it. So today we're going to be doing Monday Night Raw, the final Raw before WrestleMania. Then tomorrow we're going to do the final NXT before NXT Stand and Deliver on Saturday. Wednesday, I'm not 100% sure yet what to do. To be honest, it's up for debate. I'm open to ideas from you, Genetic, from you, Professor Wigglytuff, from anybody else that's watching. Please throw your ideas at me, because I don't have an idea for Wednesday. Thursday, we're going to be doing a WrestleMania 25 watch-along, live stream watch-along. I did say that we would do a live stream watch-along of a WrestleMania before WrestleMania this year. That will be happening on Thursday. I will start that. I'm trying to think what time to start that, because it's going to be, 4 or 5 hours long. I'm going to start that around about the same time as I started the stream today, around about 11ish. So we're going to be doing that. And then on Friday, of course, we've got Friday Night SmackDown, the final Friday Night SmackDown before WrestleMania. And then, so after the Friday Night SmackDown is the Hall of Fame, but I've got an idea here. So I can't really afford to be staying up until like 5 in the morning or past 5 in the morning to watch the Hall of Fame, because I've got work on the Saturday. Now, I won't be streaming WrestleMania Night 1 here on the Saturday, because I will be going to my friends to watch it. So my idea and I can't do NXT Stand and Deliver, which I would have done instead, because it's on too early. it's on too early and I'm at work. It's on. I think it starts at 5 and I don't finish until 6, so I can't do that. So what I'm gonna do, pretty much as soon as I get home, I'm gonna stick the Hall of Fame on then and do a watch along of the Hall of Fame then. Because, like I said, I can't afford to be staying up until 5 o'clock in the morning on the Friday. I did that last year, and it completely fucked me up for work the next day, and I can't afford to do that again this year. So I will do the Hall of Fame on Saturday instead, because I won't be doing night 1, so that will be my stream on the Saturday. And then, of course, on the Sunday I will stream night 2, because I won't be going to my friends to watch night 2. And then, of course, on the Monday I will be doing a stream of Monday Night Raw after Mania, and then that will be your final stream. So the only day I don't really know what to do on is the Wednesday. So before we go any further, Genetic ACGT, if you've got any ideas, throw them at me in the chat. Professor Wigglytuff, if you've got any ideas, let me know. And if anybody else in the chat has any ideas, let me know. But we'll start. Have you got any ideas, Professor Wigglytuff, for Wednesday? What we could do?
Sorry, you'll just have to run that. You'll just have to run that by me. Yeah, you'll just have to run that by me very quickly again, because I was just laughing at a video of the Vice President of the United States dropping a trophy on the floor and breaking it.
Oh, right.
Sorry, as we do, but
so
what I heard you say,
hang on a minute. Genetic.
Hang on a minute. SmackDown on the Friday, but
yeah, I'm gonna do the whole. So I'm not gonna stay up and watch the Hall of Fame on the Friday after SmackDown, because I can't afford to stay up that late because we're working the next day. So I said that I was going to do that on the Saturday instead, because I won't be doing night 1, because I'll be going to my friends to watch it. So that's the plan there.
Okay.
My question was, and Genetic ACGT has got an idea here. What can we do on Wednesday? Because on Wednesday I haven't got any ideas. Obviously tonight, Monday Night Raw. Tomorrow, NXT. Wednesday, I've got no ideas. And then Thursday, we're going to do that WrestleMania 25 live stream watch along. Obviously, then Friday, we got SmackDown. And then it's WrestleMania weekend, then the Monday Night Raw after WrestleMania.
Or maybe on the Wednesday, we could do a discussion of either greatest WrestleMania moments or wrestlers that should be in the Hall of Fame that aren't, or I'll leave that with you. In terms of ideas of how to do, the bits that we might be missing, are you at work on Sunday?
No, I'm off on Sunday.
So my suggestion would be, if it's not too much for you, would be we could do a rerun of WrestleMania Night 1 and before Night 2.
Yeah, potentially that could be an idea.
An Easter special, as it were.
Yeah, I could do something like that. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But Genetic ACGT says about Wednesday, maybe take a break from wrestling and talk about anything else. Make it a wrestling sandwich in a way. It's an interesting idea, Genetic, but the whole point of this week is it being WrestleMania week, and I wanted to make every single stream this week wrestling related. And I understand that maybe it might be a good idea to have one stream that's not wrestling related, so people that aren't interested in wrestling actually have something to watch. But it is WrestleMania week. It is going to be wrestling related, and your idea, Professor Wigglytuff, is actually an interesting one. A discussion about WrestleMania moments and people who are in the who aren't in the Hall of Fame that should be. I know we've discussed that sort of thing before, but who knows? We might mention people this time that we didn't think of last time. So that's an interesting idea. We could talk about greatest WrestleMania superstars. Superstars that have some of the greatest matches at WrestleMania. There's lots of different things we could discuss that are WrestleMania related on the Wednesday, so that's not a bad idea there. But yeah, okay, that's what we'll do on the Wednesday then. We'll just Wigglytuff's idea sounds better, more congruent with the theme of the week this week. Yes, exactly. So I think we will go with your idea there, Professor Wigglytuff. So we'll go with Wednesday will be a WrestleMania discussion. So sort of like our podcast episodes, but all about WrestleMania. I'm not going to count it as one of the What's the News episodes. I'm not going to count it as that. We'll just do it as a discussion.
We can leave What's the News for another time.
Yeah, exactly. What's the News can, we'll probably bring that back next month. Maybe the end of this month. I don't know. We'll see. When
But
that will be.
I think Wednesday should be a good night to discuss all things
Yeah.
WrestleMania.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
There's also there also happens to be I know we're on the WWE track, but there happens to be a very special episode of AEW Dynamite on Wednesday because it is quite a significant milestone for them. So Wednesday night will mark the fact that AEW Dynamite has now lasted longer than WCW Nitro. Now, they're marking that by calling their episode Spring Break. Now, if you may recall or you might be aware, WCW every year used to do a Spring Break episode from a place called Panama City in Florida. So it was basically, wrestling by the beach or by a resort or something. Now, it appears, I think AEW are doing that as a sort of nod to WCW Monday Nitro, and obviously given, AEW's connection to TNT and all that. So, yeah, that would be interesting. I know yourself, you're not a massive AEW guy.
No.
I have an on-off love affair with it, but it might be worth tuning into that purely for the significance of it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't. We'll see about that. But if you obviously want to go off and watch it, we can always do the stream. Like, I'll probably start at about 11ish anyway, and we can get the discussion done before AEW Dynamite anyway, if that's what you want to do. That's absolutely fine. I had a feeling you'd want to watch it anyway. That brings us nicely onto one of the first things I wanted to discuss today. AEW related not in a way, it is AEW related. One of the biggest female stars that AEW had, Britt Baker, has been released from AEW. Not really that shocking if you think about it. She's not been used for a while. Not because she's injured anymore, but because I think she's being punished basically because she spoke out. She spoke out about the fact that she wasn't being used. She spoke out about the fact that when she was being used, she wasn't being used in the right ways. She spoke out against Tony Khan, and it is what it is. She was going to get released at some point, and it has happened. Hang on a minute before I keep talking about that. Just Built Different says, who do you think will win the Gunter Jey Uso match? Now, we did the predictions the other day, but of course I'm more than willing to answer your questions regarding predictions if you didn't see the video the other day. I believe that Jey Uso is going to destroy Gunter at WrestleMania after what Gunter did to Jay's brother Jimmy. Going off that promo that Jay did last week, I think he's going to destroy him, and we'll see what happens tonight on Raw. We'll see if Jay has anything extra to say or if Gunter has anything to say, but I do believe that Jay is going to win. I believe you said, Professor Wigglytuff, that you think Gunter's going to win.
I think Gunter's going to win, and I have a feeling Jimmy Uso might interfere in that match and cost Jay the match. The reason I say that is because if you noticed on the Raw in London, he whispered something into Jay's ear, and Jay seemed a bit perplexed by that. I also think, a lot will be made of this sibling rivalry in that Jimmy will be jealous of Jay's success.
Yeah.
And doesn't want to see Jay do what he couldn't, i.e. beat Gunter and win the World Heavyweight Championship. So I think the Yeet movement might suffer a bit of a derailment. I think eventually Jey Uso will get his hands on the title, but I think for now it will take a bit of a detour.
There we go. So that's our answers to your question there, just built different. So yeah, going back to Britt Baker, I mean, like I said, it's no surprise that she's been released. I think, in all honesty, it would be stupid of WWE not to sign her. She's probably the biggest star that's a free agent at the moment. Um, so I think they need to snap her up. Um, honestly, I do. I also believe I read this somewhere about a month ago that Adam Cole and Britt Baker have split up apparently, from what I've heard, which is sad news. They were a great couple. Whenever you saw them on TV together, you could just see the chemistry. But you know, it's it is what it is. Sometimes these things don't work out. But yeah, I'm not shocked that she's been released. I do believe that she's going to be WWE inbound now, and I also believe that she won't go to NXT. I think she's far too big for that. I think she'll come straight to the main roster, and it'll be very interesting to see what she does first. Um, Genetic ACGC says, related question, whose corner will Paul Heyman be in during WrestleMania? Well, it's looking, I mean, the graphic has even been changed now to Paul Heyman being put next to Punk instead of being put next to Roman, so I'm assuming he's going to be in Punk's corner. Anyway, do you have anything to say about Britt Baker?
Look, it's kind of symptomatic of AEW that they release a lot of their biggest stars, and she was without doubt their biggest female star by a country mile. Obviously, in recent months, we were seeing less, if not none, of her on TV, and it indicated that all the that all the signs were that things weren't great behind the scenes. Now, she'd obviously had some, there had been some known issues with her relationship with Adam Cole. Just for the record, it hasn't officially been confirmed by Britt Baker or AEW yet that she has been released from her contract. Nevertheless, it is looking increasingly likely that is or has been the case, and that an official announcement will follow shortly. In terms of where she will go next, I mean, we would assume she would go to WWE. Of course, TNA is an alternative where I think she wrestled before. I can't remember, but I will look that up as we're speaking. But yeah, I can't imagine that she wouldn't go to WWE and that they would put her in the they will definitely put her in the main event scene. And just to confirm, she has never been in TNA. So, but yeah, I think she came over to WWE. She is big enough a star to be elevated to the main event picture right away. Whether that's in a feud with someone like Charlotte Flair, whether that's a feud with one of the title holders, whether that's renewing a rivalry with, say, Jade Cargill. Who knows? Who knows? But, we will almost certainly see her in WWE. But also, let's not forget, she is also a practicing dentist. She still apparently practices as a dentist once a week, so we will at least see her in the dentist surgery in the meantime.
Yes.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just reading something here because I didn't know that it hadn't been confirmed that she'd actually been released. I thought it had been. I did get it from a very reliable source.
Oh yeah, I'm not doubting.
So
I'm not doubting the truthfulness of the rumor.
I assume it will be announced soon. I can't see anything on Twitter about it anyway. So I will, or X as it's called now. So I will leave it there. But if she has gone, which it's looking likely she has, it's no surprise. But moving on to good news and bad news in a way. It has been reported that Kevin Owens' surgery on his neck has been successful, but he is not likely to return until for like at least 2 years, from what I've read, from what has been reported, again from a very reliable source. So, I mean, it's good news that it went successfully. It is, I'd say, bad news. It's not really bad. It's sad news that it is going to take him so long to recover, but it's no surprise because it is a neck injury, so it is going to take its time to, you know, it is going to take time for him to recover, and he should take all the time he needs because you should never rush a neck injury. But yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention that. Of course, here on the channel, we wish Kevin Owens nothing but the best, and we hope to see you soon, Kevin. Even if it's not in a wrestling capacity, we hope to see you at some point, maybe this year, and so you can give us some form of update on your condition. So yeah, so that's that. I mean, we've got an hour and a half yet. We've got through like two of the main things I wanted to talk about quite quickly there. So now I've got to try and think off the top of my. I know I want to do the predictions for the matches that we didn't do the other day because they hadn't been announced. But I don't really want to get to that quite yet. I mean, what we could do is we could look at the Raw preview and see what we've got coming up tonight. I haven't actually looked at that yet. Hang on a minute. Nope, that's not one. No, for fuck's sake, that's it. Preview. Here we go. So, WWE and the actual WWE website. So we've got Roman Reigns, CM Punk, and Seth Rollins are all going to be in the same building, in the same ring, on the final Raw before WrestleMania, so that'll be interesting. We've also got AJ Styles. Hang on a minute. AJ Styles against Karrion Kross. Gunter is going to be appearing again. We have Liv Morgan taking on Bayley, and that is all that's been announced here. But obviously, that's only a couple of things there. But yeah, very interesting Raw there. I think it'll be a good final Raw before WrestleMania, actually, judging on that. And obviously, there'll be much, much more as well. So, yeah, so that looks like it's going to be a very, very decent Raw. Of course, we won't be seeing Cena again now before WrestleMania, unfortunately. I mean, you would have thought he would have appeared in the final week before WrestleMania. Like, what? I don't understand why he's not appearing. I mean, he must be busy, obviously. There's no other reason why he wouldn't appear. I know he's appearing next week on the Raw after WrestleMania, whatever that means. You know, that could mean anything, really. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's winning. But yeah, yeah. He must, like I said, he must be busy. That's why he's not appearing this week. But you would have thought he would have appeared. Sorry. Um, so, before we discuss the predictions of the matches that we have not done yet, let's talk about some of the matches that we have predicted. We're not going to talk about predictions, but we're going to talk about what we may think is going to happen in certain matches. Now, we'll only talk really about the main matches, because we could be here all night talking about every single match. So we'll talk about the Women's World Championship first. Rhea, okay, Professor Wigglytuff. Rhea, Bianca, and Io. What do I think is going to happen in that match? Well, I already said that my prediction was that. Well, yeah, you said Io was going to win, but this is, like I said, this isn't really about the predictions per se. This is more about what we think is actually going to happen in this in these matches. I predicted, I think, that Bianca was going to win. I think I said. Yeah, I think that's what I said. Yeah, Bianca. But what do I think is going to happen in this match? It's difficult to say. I think that Io is going to have a good showing in the match because she's been disrespected up until now. Obviously, I believe that we'll hear more from the three competitors tonight. But yeah, I think Io will have a good showing. I think that she will prove she doesn't deserve to be disrespected, that she deserves to be noticed. Unfortunately, it won't be enough, and Io will end up losing the championship, and she will be the one that takes the pin. I don't think it'll be Rhea taking the pin. I think they will save that for a later date when Rhea and Bianca have their one-on-one match, which I believe will happen maybe at Backlash, the pay-per-view after WrestleMania. That's what I think. Genetic says, I think Io will win because it will be a good story and show that she's not one to be messed with, in my opinion. I mean, to be honest, in story-wise, that will probably make the most sense. Doesn't always necessarily mean that that's what's going to happen. If every story in WWE went the way that made the most sense, then nobody would ever have anything to complain about. WWE has a habit of not doing what makes sense. So I don't want Bianca to win. I would be happy with either Io or Rhea winning. It doesn't matter to me between those two. But I don't want Bianca to win. She's becoming too whiny for me. But I do believe that is what's going to happen. I do believe Bianca is going to win. I think she's not been, on top of the women's division for like 2 years now. So I think WWE will think it's about time she does get back on top. So that is what I think will happen in that match. I think Io will have a good showing. I think she'll show that she's not to be messed with, but in the end she will come up short. So there's that. So, let's talk about the other women's match, championship match, main championship match. Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair. Now, this has got very interesting, this rivalry, especially 2 weeks ago when they did that that promo, which, from what I've read quite a lot about since, that it wasn't, none of it really, apart from the start, was scripted. And apparently the final bit where Tiffany says about Charlotte being alone and talking about Charlotte's divorces, and then Charlotte saying about Kaiser being in her DMs, obviously Kaiser being Tiffany's boyfriend, apparently that's all been cut out. When from the YouTube clip, I think that bit's been cut out. I don't know if it's been cut out on Netflix when you watch back. I very much doubt it. Probably has been, but on the YouTube clip, I think it has been cut out. No, it has been cut out, I've been told. by a few people that it has been cut out. So it's obviously very clearly unscripted what they were saying. But in my opinion, even though they went off script, it's made this rivalry even better. And I honestly don't think these two women like each other in real life. I think it's showing clearly that they don't. And if they do, they're very good actresses. And in my opinion, I don't think Charlotte Flair is that good of an actress to be able to fool us into thinking that she actually hates Tiffany in real life. I think they do dislike each other in real life. I don't know what the reason is. I know that Charlotte Flair, like Tiffany said, was a fan of hers at one point. You know, Charlotte said that Tiffany was going to be the next big star, and Tiffany has become the next big star. So I don't know what's happened along the way, but it looks like they may have had a falling out about something. I don't know. I think Tiffy goes down during the match. So you think Tiffy's going to lose? Well, I said that I think Charlotte Flair, unfortunately, is going to win. I don't want her to. I would much prefer Tiffany Stratton to win. But when does Charlotte Flair ever put anybody over? I mean, there's always the first time, but I very much doubt it's going to be this time, especially if she hates Tiffany in real life. Why would she put over somebody that she dislikes? Unless my co-host made a good point of this. He said Charlotte Flair, through this entirety of this rivalry, has looked like she's been trying to sabotage the whole rivalry, sabotage the promos, sabotage everything that's been happening in this rivalry so far. And he thinks that the reason why Charlotte might be sabotaging everything is because she knows that she's losing to Tiffany at WrestleMania and isn't happy about it. Now, I'm not being funny, but if this is true, and if she is actually sabotaging the entire story and rivalry because she's not getting her own way at WrestleMania, then she shouldn't even be in this match anymore. She needs to be fired because that is just not on at all. Tiffany just wants to put on a good story. It's her first big WrestleMania match, and it's getting ruined if that is what Charlotte Flair is doing. No, it's not on, in my opinion, not on at all. It doesn't matter whether you like the other person in real life or not. Look at Seth and Punk. You know what I mean? They can't stand each other in real life, but do you ever hear of any of them sabotaging anything, or do you see anything going on like what's happened in Charlotte Flair and Tiffany's rivalry? No. They speak to each other and they obviously act like they hate each other because they do, but at the end of the day, they're professionals and they act professional, whereas Charlotte isn't, in my opinion, at the moment. And Tiffany, although what she said wasn't professional, she's only hitting back at what Charlotte's done. So, very interesting to see what happens in this match at WrestleMania. I did say that Charlotte Flair was going to win, like I say. What I think is going to happen in this match is I think that Tiffany is going to have control most of the match, and then I think that Charlotte Flair I think maybe possibly Tiffany Stratton goes for like the prettiest moonsault at the end. Charlotte Flair reverses it, or moves out the way, spears Tiffany, and then goes for the figure eight. I don't think Tiffany taps out the first time, but then I think that the match goes on a little bit longer, and then Charlotte Flair locks in the figure eight again, and that's when Tiffany taps. Welcome back, Professor Wigglytuff. By the way, we're just talking about the Tiffany Stratton Charlotte Flair match and what we think is going to happen. I think, did we agree that Charlotte Flair was going to win, or did you say that Tiffany's going to win? Hello? Hello?
I think I said Tiffany. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I said I think Tiffany's going to win this.
Right. So you think Tiffany's winning? I think I remember you saying that now, and I said Charlotte. But yeah, I mean, I was just talking about the point that you made that possibly could be true. You said about Charlotte Flair potentially purposely sabotaging the promos and this story so far because she might be losing at WrestleMania. Do you still believe that?
I mean, it was more a thought than an actual certainty, but there's clearly some bad blood there.
Yeah, clearly there is. But yeah, nevertheless, after that promo a couple of weeks ago on SmackDown, it's got me more excited for the match. I will be honest. I just hope that Charlotte does not win, but I think she will. Anyway, move. Oh yeah. Can we get rid of this person? Who's just put that in the chat, please? I can't. Can I do it from my? I can't. Yeah. If you could get rid of that comment, please, Professor Wigglytuff, would be much appreciated.
Sure.
But moving on. So, like I said, I'm only going to talk about the main matches. So, the two main women's matches and the two main male matches. Well, actually, no, the three main, because there's three main male matches. And we're going to talk about first male match we're going to talk about of the three. You can probably guess what the three are going to be. But the first one we're going to talk about is Jey Uso and Gunter. So again, me and my co-host, we differed on our prediction for this match. I think Jay's winning. I think Jay's destroying Gunter, and my co-host said Gunter's going to win. Now, it's difficult to know what's going to happen in this match, really. I do, like my co-host said, I do believe Jimmy's going to get involved in this match somehow. I don't know whether it's going to be to screw Jay. I don't know whether they're going to pull the trigger on that yet. I do believe that that's the route they're going to go down at some point. But let's not forget, Jimmy's not even been a face that long, really. It's not been that long. And I don't think it would really make much sense considering how much of a beating Gunter just put down on Jimmy, for Jimmy then to just randomly come out and cost his brother. Yeah, okay, you could say jealousy, but haven't we done that before? What would be the point of doing it again, in my opinion? But you never know. But I do think Jimmy will get involved in this match somehow. I think that it will be. I think it'll be a close match. I think Gunter will take control to start with, and then Jay will fight back, and then it'll be a close match. Obviously, Gunter will get his chops in like he always does. I think Gunter will hit Jey Uso with 2 power bombs, and Jey Uso will kick out of both. And I think what finishes the match will be a spear, and then 2 splashes. I don't think 1 splash will do it. I think it will be 2 splashes. That's what I think will happen in that match. Genetic ACGC says, I think Gunter will win, and that will lead to a blood feud between the Uso brothers and Imperium. Maybe I wouldn't mind seeing that, to be honest. But yeah, that's what I think is going to happen in that match. What about you?
I think, it'll be a close match. I think Jay put in a very, very strong performance. He'll be on the cusp of winning. And then, as I've mentioned a few times already, I think this is where Jimmy turns on his brother.
So you're saying that Jimmy's going to turn on his brother. Okay. Okay. Alright, never mind. Sorry, I was just looking at that comment there. No, not that I'm aware of. Potentially, yeah, maybe about a second or two. Don't know why that would be though. Because all connections are good my side. Yeah, we can do that if you want. So we have 2 more matches to talk about, but before we get to that, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll talk about that, and then we'll talk about our remaining WrestleMania predictions. So we'll be back shortly. Hello, hello. We're back. We're back. Hope you're all doing okay. We're gonna talk shortly about our predictions for the remaining matches that we haven't predicted yet. I mean, there still could be more matches confirmed. I believe there is going to be a Randy Orton match confirmed on Friday, or at least there will be. He will get told he's definitely having a match, and he will find out his opponent on whatever night it's going to be. That match. So, you know, that is still yet to be confirmed. But I believe that and I think we're still yet to be told what the Street Profits are doing at WrestleMania. They've not got a title defense at WrestleMania yet, but the SmackDown tag title division is all over the place. There was a segment last week on SmackDown, not SmackDown Just Gone because I didn't watch that one, but the one before, where they were arguments and stuff like that. Now, I don't know if anything was confirmed on SmackDown. I didn't watch it, and I've not really looked. But as far as I can see, there hasn't been anything. So, only thing I've seen from that SmackDown was that segment with Nick Aldis and Randy Orton. But yeah, let's get into our predictions for the remaining matches that we didn't do. So let's have a look. Right. So we go. Right. So one of the matches that's been confirmed that we didn't have confirmed last time we talked about this is the World Tag Team Championship match between the War Raiders and the New Day. So my prediction is that the War Raiders are going to retain. And I think, in my prediction, I think there's going to be a very interesting twist to this. I believe that Big E is going to come out and distract them and cost them the match. Because of what happened late last year. Now, there's no way that they can do that to Big E and Big E not get his own back somehow. If he isn't cleared to wrestle, which he's not come back yet to face those two, so I assume that he's still not cleared, then at least he could come out, his music could hit, and he could distract them and get his own back in that way. So that's what I think will potentially happen, because imagine the pop at WrestleMania for Big E if he does come out. And he's going to be there because he's always there as part of the post-show and pre-show and post-show pre-show and post-show panel. So he's definitely going to be there. So it wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility that he could do something like that. So yes, that's what I think. The War Raiders will retain thanks to a Big E distraction. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I agree with that.
Is that it? You got nothing else to say?
Yeah, it kind of looks obvious, I think, and yeah, it sounds about right. I think the War Raiders are popular enough to get the rub, to get the win, and I think this sets up nicely for a future feud between, obviously, Big E and the rest of the New Day.
Yeah. Okay, so the next match that was been confirmed since we last did our predictions is the Fatal 4-Way match for the Intercontinental Championship. Penta versus Bron Breakker versus Dominic Mysterio versus Finn Balor. Now, I think that there's going to be something that happens between Dominic and Finn in this match. I think the start of the match, they'll work together, and then something will happen, and they'll end up kicking the shit out of each other, basically. But I believe that Penta will walk out the new Intercontinental Champion, but he won't pin Bron Breakker for it. He probably will pin Dominic Mysterio, because I believe that Dominic has been put in that match simply to take the pinfall and nothing else. That is my prediction for that. I think Penta walks out Intercontinental Champion. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, my prediction, I think I agree. Penta walking out as champion. He's been mega popular with the fans. He's over with the fans. I think he's unbeaten thus far. So I don't see why they would take that, break that streak at this moment in time.
He's not unbeaten.
So that's. Oh, he's not unbeaten. Okay.
No, he got pinned a few weeks ago.
Oh, he did. Yes. But I still think they're portraying him as quite strong at the moment. So yeah. I think he gets his WrestleMania moment. And I think it sets up nicely for a feud between Dominic and Finn.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I think. So, so we talked about the Damien Priest-Drew McIntyre match last time, but I wanted to talk about it again in case our predictions have changed because... Sorry, pardon me. Because of the match type that it's been confirmed to be. It's going to be a Sin City street fight. So, I think I said that. Who did I say was going to win? I think I said Damien Priest was going to win. And I think you said Drew. I think we disagreed on it again. So Sin City Street Fight, I think it could go either way really with these two. I think it's going to be a great match. But I will stick to my original prediction. I think even though it is a Sin City Street Fight, my prediction doesn't change. I believe Damien Priest will walk out the winner. What do you think?
Well, I'm going to stick with Drew Mac as well.
You're going to stick with your original prediction. Okay.
I think so.
Fair enough. And then the final match has been confirmed. I mean, obviously, like I said, the only other match I think that will be confirmed at this point will be a Randy Orton match. So the final match to be confirmed since we last did our predictions. It is the Women's Tag Team Championship match, Bayley and Lyra Valkyria, the perfect tag team for Genetic ACGT because he loves them both, versus Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez. It's a difficult one to predict this because, on one hand, I think it would make sense to keep the titles on Liv and Raquel for now. I just think it would make sense to keep it on them, just for the time being. But at the same time, I also think that Bayley and Lyra being the tag team champions would be a massive. I think the crowd would love it. I think the crowd would absolutely love it because they love both of them. However, we did see a bit of frustration from Bayley last week on Monday Night Raw where she slapped the hand away of Lyra when she went to shake her hand after Lyra beat her in the Intercontinental Championship match. But then she proceeded to hug Lyra. But I think that hand slap, sort of started the wheels in motion for potential heel turn from Bayley. So I think potentially at WrestleMania there could be a heel turn from Bayley, and that's what cost Lyra and Bayley the match. However, so in my opinion, I think that Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez are going to retain the Women's Tag Team Championships. What do you think?
No, I think the opposite. I think Bayley and Lyra Valkyria are going to walk out as champions.
You think?
I think it's going to be a bad night for Judgment Day.
You don't think there's a chance of a Bayley heel turn?
Not right now.
You think that it will happen in the near future, though?
We'll see. But we had a Bayley heel turn for a number of years now, haven't we? And
yeah,
I don't think they're gonna turn her back heel.
I just think that slap when she slapped Lyra's hand away. I just thought that sort of put the wheels in motion for a potential heel turn because I don't think that's going to mean nothing, in my opinion. But then again, I could be wrong.
I mean, yes, but I mean, it could just be Bayley showing a bit of emotion and passion.
Maybe.
She lost a big match. She wanted the title. But yeah, I think it'd be far too soon for a heel turn.
Fair enough. So that is the matches that we didn't predict last time, so we predicted them this time, and I believe that's all of them now. But it's going to be stacked. From what I've heard, including the pre-show and the post-show, each night of WrestleMania is going to be 9 hours long. And that includes the pre-show and the post-show, of course. So apparently it's going to be 3 hours worth of a pre-show, 4 hours, which I think it'll be longer in all honesty. I think it'll be like 4.5 hours. 4 hours of the main show, and then a 2-hour post-show. So I think that's 3, 4. Yes, that's 9 hours. So and then 9 hours for both nights. So that's 18 hours of WrestleMania over the weekend. However, I'm only really going to watch the main shows. because not much happens on the pre-shows and post-shows anymore. I mean, the pre-shows used to have matches on them and all sorts, so it used to be interesting to watch, but these days they don't. It's all about just talking about the matches that are coming up on that night and all that sort of stuff, and it's going to be 3 hours worth of it. You imagine the amount of repetitiveness that's going to be on that pre-show. It's going to be ridiculous. So no, I've got no interest in watching it. I might tune in for a little bit of it, but I've got no interest in it really. And I've not really got any interest in the post-show. I'll be too tired to watch it. But yeah, I mean, if you're into the post-show and the pre-shows and the post-shows, good luck watching for 9 hours. You're gonna be knackered. No matter where you are in the world, you're gonna be knackered. 9 hours. So yeah, that is what's been confirmed. So yeah, we're about just over 50 minutes away from Raw, so we've got a bit longer to be able to talk about things. Anything anybody in the chat wants to talk about, feel free, put it in the chat. We'll have a discussion. WrestleMania related, mainly, please.
If just for one moment I could mention a non-WrestleMania piece of information. It was recently one of our followers' birthday. A belated happy birthday from both of us and everyone here to Genetic ACGT.
Of course. Yeah, happy belated birthday, Genetic ACGT, one of the VIPs of the channel. Yes, we hope that you had a good day, and yeah, happy belated birthday. So yeah, like I said, get in the chat and let me know what you want to talk about. If there's anything in particular, if you've got any questions you want either me or Professor Wigglytuff to answer, or both of us, feel free. That's absolutely fine. We can even do a Q&A if you want. In a way, I don't want to get too personal, but you know, it's up to you. Yeah. It's up to you. You know, if you've got any questions you want to ask us or anything you want us to talk about, just feel free to put it in the chat. I'll keep an eye. Go on.
Here's one for you. Let's do what I call a bunch of fives. So we list 5 categories, and you just have to name one wrestler or one answer for each.
Right.
So I will do the first one in the chat. So, favorite belt, favorite WrestleMania match, favorite WrestleMania. No, let's see. Favorite British.
Genetic says, no, we almost delve deep into our personal lives, lol, JK. No, we don't like to get too personal here. I mean, I don't mind answering certain questions, but I don't like getting too personal. I like to keep my personal life separate from my streaming life.
So here are the 5.
Okay. All right. So
favorite belt. Yeah, go on. You can read them out.
Okay, so we've got a favourite belt, favourite WrestleMania match, favourite British wrestler, favourite wrestling video game, and favourite commentator. That is a very good 5 there. So, if you can see that in the chat, I don't think you'll be able to see it if you're on YouTube. You might be able to see it on my actual stream though, on the chat. If you look at the stream, you can see it there. So if you want to answer those, if anybody in the chat, and we will answer those as well. Would you like to go first?
Sure. So in terms of favourite belt now, when I think about different belt designs, there have been some great belts over the years. But I think for me, the one classic that has stood the test of time is the big gold belt. Whether it's from the WCW days through to the WWE days,
Yeah.
and sort of, revived with the current iteration of the World Heavyweight Championship. It's a classic design. It's been held by some of the most iconic wrestlers of all time. From the likes of Sting and Ric Flair to Goldberg, DDP, Booker T, The Rock, John Cena, HBK, Triple H, Edge, Christian, The Undertaker, Batista, Sheamus, Daniel Bryan, Kurt Angle, Jeff Hardy. And Mark Henry. It's an iconic belt. Favorite WrestleMania match.
This is a difficult one.
This is a difficult one. I think for me, although the match wasn't a classic per se, I did like the John Cena Rock match from WrestleMania 29, purely for the sort of symbolism of it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it a passing the torch moment, but it kind of felt like, The Rock and all of us acknowledging that John Cena was up there on that level. In terms of favourite British wrestler, I suppose growing up, I loved the British Bulldog. Based on success, I can't look past Drew McIntyre. I think, although each of his WrestleMania title wins have come with a bit of a question mark next to them, because of one was done behind closed doors and the other lasted basically seconds. Nevertheless, he is one of the most successful British wrestlers, there is no doubting. Favourite wrestling video game, straightforward one, WWE No Mercy on the N64. Still holds up to this day. Not only the greatest wrestling game of all time, but I'd say it's up there in probably the top 100, top 50 video games of all time. Favourite commentator? I mean, he has so many iconic moments with JR and Jerry the King Lawler. Paul Heyman did great on commentary as well. But I have to go with Michael Cole. I think to last this long in the same company is remarkable. And, I can't wait for the day he goes into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Right.
Over to you.
Right, so very interesting 5 here. So favourite belt, I mean for me it's a very straightforward one. I mean, don't get me wrong, I loved the big gold belt. I love the sort of the revival that it's had with this new belt for the women and for the men. But for me, it's a very, very easy one for me. There is no design like this one. It is without doubt, hands down, the best design of any belt in any company, in my opinion, of all time. It's the winged eagle belt. Absolutely 100%. Cody brought it back recently at Saturday Night Main Event, and then obviously Kevin Owens held on to it for I just think that the Winged Eagle belt is just such a beautiful title to look at, and for me, it's absolutely my favourite belt. Just before I get onto the rest, Genetic ACGT says, I can't remember the name. Who's British? Who's the British, I think, commentator with the deep, raspy voice? I'm not really sure who you mean. Do you know who he means?
think you might be talking about Wade Barrett.
Oh yeah, of course, Wade Barrett. Yeah. Sorry. Um, yeah. Let me just scroll back up so I can see the rest of these. There we go. So, well, you said there's a bit of an echo.
Yeah, sounds like you're talking in a club or something, and you're about to do a stand-up routine. Or
um, how's that?
we can get on, we can get onto the stand-up routine later. No worries.
How's that? Is it any better?
Yeah, it's about the same, but it's okay. It'll do.
Okay. I don't know what's happening. Anyway, let me just scroll back up again. So, for next favourite WrestleMania match, I mean, again, it's a difficult one for me because there's two that stand out to me, and for me, it was what these two matches basically they were the two choices for the WrestleMania watch along I was going to do on Thursday. But I have to say, even though we are doing a WrestleMania 25 watch along, my favourite WrestleMania match of all time is The Undertaker versus Triple H at WrestleMania 28 inside Hell in a Cell. It was definitely 100% end of an era. You know what I mean? It 100% was the symbolism of the match, and after the match as well, the three of them hugging and going off into the sunset sort of. Obviously Undertaker did come back and Triple H did come back a few times again, but it truly was an end of an era in a way. And it was just so symbolic. It was such an iconic moment with the three of them on the stage hugging. It's still talked about to this day. It was just iconic. So that is my favourite WrestleMania match. In terms of favourite British wrestler, easy for me, William Regal. Absolute legend, one of the best to never win a world championship. Absolute, one of the best heels of all time. He was just, in his prime, he was so entertaining. He was a brilliant heel. People just couldn't stand him. He was that good as a heel. People just couldn't stand him. Favourite British wrestler for me, William Regal. Favourite wrestling video game. There's a few for me. One of them being the one that you said, No Mercy. Although I enjoy that game and I like that game, it is one of my favourites, but I wouldn't say it was my favourite. Another one of my favourites, SmackDown vs. Raw 2006. However, my absolute favourite wrestling video game has to be SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. It's the one that, because my very first wrestling game that I believe I had and I didn't play at a friend's or whatever, the first one I owned was SmackDown Just Bring It, which was the one just before Here Comes the Pain. And SmackDown Here Comes the Pain was when I really, really, really started getting into wrestling games, and I absolutely loved it, and I played the shit out of it, and it was such a good game and such a lot of fun. And I remember doing the draft in it as well. That was a lot of fun. And yeah, I just loved it. It was fantastic. So that's my favourite wrestling video game. And favourite commentator, Michael Cole would be one of my favourites, but how can you not say good old JR? The amount of iconic moments that he has had as a commentator. You watch some of the old clips back and just some of the moments he's had, on commentary, especially when it comes to Stone Cold as well, because he was such a big fan of Stone Cold. Just amazing. Even in his later days, he still was fantastic. Obviously, he fell off a little bit at the end, but it's natural. That's what's going to happen. But absolutely, Jim Ross, my favourite commentator. So that was them 5. Let me do a 5 myself now.
Oh, I was doing another list of 5s, but I'll let you go first. You do yours first.
Yeah, well, we've got a bit of time. We should be able to get your list in as well. Right, Give me a second. Let me just type these out.
So I've done a list of worsts,
Okay.
and I don't mean German sausages.
Alright. Okay. Okay. Well,
So
you go
I will
ahead.
read them.
You go ahead and answer that while I just keep doing mine, and then I'll answer.
Okay. So my list is number one, the worst world champion men. Two, worst world champion women. Three, worst WrestleMania match. Four, worst commentator. And five, worst WrestleMania. So for number one for worst world champion, there's quite a few contenders from both WCW and WWE, but in hindsight, given everything that's happened, and other than saying the name of the person, I'm not going to go in depth any further, but it was a very obvious choice. The worst world champion, in my opinion, to ever hold the WWE title or WWF title was Vince McMahon. I won't elaborate further on that, if that's okay. In terms of worst world champion women, tricky one, tricky one, because there've been so many. But if I have to pick one, the one that just never really did it for me was Nikki Cross. Um, she's somebody who I'd never really liked anyway. And yeah, in terms of the worst WrestleMania match for me, was the four-way elimination match at WrestleMania 16 or WrestleMania 2000 between The Rock, Big Show, Triple H, and Mick Foley with a McMahon in every corner. It was just the worst possible main event I've ever had to endure. In terms of the worst commentator, I'd probably have to say Tony Schiavone, even though he is prominent in TNA, prominent in WCW. His style is just so over the top and way too bombastic. And in terms of worst WrestleMania, going back to the worst WrestleMania match, by extension, WrestleMania 2000 was for me one of the worst WrestleManias I ever watched. It was just so tedious. I believe there wasn't a single one-on-one match on that card. It was just such a tedious WrestleMania. That's about it.
Okay. Well, I've got my list ready, so we'll do that shortly. But yeah, worst world champion. Well, in my opinion, the worst world champion ever to hold the championship has to be. I mean, obviously, world champion could be WWE champion, world champion could be world heavyweight champion, or it could be in a different company. This one is going to be in a different company. It's going to be in WCW. But the worst champion to ever hold a world championship in any company, Vince Russo.
Worse than Vince, worse than
Worse,
Vince
but
McMahon.
absolutely. At least Vince, to a point could wrestle. Vince Russo had no business being world champion. Obviously, I can't stand Vince McMahon. Obviously, as not many people can. But yeah, I think it's definitely worse than Vince, but only just. So yeah, so Vince Russo there, worst world champion men. Worst world.
Just to add, there was one person that I did want to put in there, brother, but yeah,
Um,
uh, yeah,
Worst world champion for the women, for me, easy, Nia Jax. I can't stand Nia Jax for many different reasons. I will say that she has improved since she's come back to WWE. She has vastly improved, but that's not difficult because she wasn't good in the first place. So any improvement is good. However, I just think her reigns as champion, when she has been champion, whether it be the recent reign or whether it be the reigns before, just always very boring. And she's just, even when she was a face, because she was a face when she was champion, not this time but the time before she came back, she was a face as a champion. Even then I couldn't stand her. Even then I wouldn't cheer for her. You know what I mean? Because she was just so boring. You can be a face, but if you're boring, you're not going to be cheered. It's as simple as that. And for me, there's many reasons why I don't like Nia Jax, but if we forget the reasons why I don't like her that are to do with outside of WWE and just discuss why I don't like her in WWE, she's reckless, or at least she was. She's injured many different people, including Becky Lynch, Bayley, and
Kyrie.
Just to name a few. I mean, she's injured more. I mean, she dropped Charlotte Flair on her head. That's another one. Not that I really mind that because I can't stand Charlotte either. But I mean, I shouldn't really say that. But anyway, yeah, I just and her reigns have been boring. If nothing else, her reigns have been boring. And that's why I think she's the worst world champion. Worst WrestleMania match. I mean, that's a difficult one. But if I had to say, I would say, what was it now? What was his name? That when Sami Zayn faced that guy from Jackass. What's his name?
Johnny Knoxville.
That's it. Sami Zayn versus Johnny Knoxville for me. Easily the worst. Johnny Knoxville, although he did his best to put on the best match he could, it weren't great. And then he had his mates come down and help him and all that sort of stuff. And then he ended up beating Sami, which, it was fun. It was a fun moment, but it had no business being on a WrestleMania card. It was, in my opinion. But then again, we've had a lot of silly matches on the WrestleMania card over the years, so it is what it is. So that for me is the worst WrestleMania match. Worst commentator, very easy for me. One of the current SmackDown commentators, Joe Tessitore. He's just so bad. He's just so monotone all of the time. He very rarely gets excited. He very rarely shows any sort of emotion. And Wade Barrett is basically just carrying that commentary team. How the hell he's still got a job is beyond me. I thought he'd be gone by now, but he's still got a job.
It'd be like having Michael Owen on commentary.
Yeah, he's just so.
Or worse, Alan Shearer.
Yeah, he's just so boring. So yeah, for me, easy. Joe Tessitore. And worst WrestleMania 35. What a shit WrestleMania that was. You had no Undertaker. John Cena coming out as Dr. Thugonomics was the highlight of that show, and that's saying something because that wasn't even a match. He just came out and did a promo on Elias and then laid Elias out, and that was it. It was just awful. Just such a bad WrestleMania, and it kicked off. I mean, you knew it was going to be bad when it kicked off. Well, Alexa Bliss, I love Alexa Bliss, so that wasn't the issue. But you knew it was going to be bad when Alexa Bliss introduced a man who I won't name, but he says brother a lot. When he kicked it off with, as I said, nothing against Alexa, I love Alexa, but when Alexa introduced him, you just knew it was going to be a bad WrestleMania because he was there. So yeah, for me that's the worst WrestleMania. So that's that list. My list is done now, so I'm just going to post the list, and if you want, you can go first. There we go. So that's my list.
Hmm.
So we've
Right.
got favourite WWE wrestler, favourite women's moment, favourite heel, favourite face, and favourite Rumble winner.
When we say women's moment, you mean in WWE?
Yeah.
Oh, are these all in WWE?
Yeah.
Okay. Favorite WWE wrestler? It's a tricky one because there's so many that I've loved over the years. But if there's the one person whom I grew up
I
admiring
think I know who you're going to say.
and still do to this day, and still is, in my opinion, the greatest wrestler of all time, has to be The Rock.
Oh, that's not where I thought you were going.
Oh, who did you think I was
I
going
thought
to
you were going to say Sting.
say?
I know you love Sting.
No, I do love Sting, but from a WWE perspective,
I mean, he was in WWE for a bit.
yeah, but I mean, that would be like calling George Weah a Manchester City legend when he
Yeah,
only
true,
played
true.
6 games for us.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a former Manchester City player, of course, we can say that, but
Um.
so yeah, favorite WWE wrestler, The Rock.
All right. Right.
Favorite women's moment. Hmm. Tricky one. I'm biased because of my fandom of Oscar.
Mhm.
It would have to be one of two moments. It would either be her lengthy unbeaten run,
Yeah.
or her winning the Money in the Bank, and then only finding out the next day that she'd actually won the title. I would have to say the latter.
Fair enough.
Favorite heel. Now, to be fair, I could mention both of the previously mentioned wrestlers, but for the sake of making it, having different answers, I think I'm trying to think
Yeah, Kush can genetic.
of all the favorite heels that I've seen in my lifetime. I think one of the greatest heels of all time was Triple H. As a bad guy, excellent. Favorite face. I'm gonna have to pick a more recent one and say Cody Rhodes,
Cody Rhodes.
especially with his story. As you know, let me go back and change my favorite heel. I'm gonna say Roman Reigns.
Okay.
Favorite Rumble winner of all the Rumbles that I've seen or can remember has to be Shawn Michaels.
Which time?
When he memorably only. So I think it was 1995 when he memorably only had one foot touch the floor,
Right.
and the British Bulldog was already celebrating, and then he got back into the ring and eliminated the British Bulldog and won. Now, obviously, our fellow countrymen lost out, but it was a great moment. So those are my top 5. What about yours?
Okay, well, before I get to mine, Genetic ACGT has had some input for this list. He says, my favourite heel is actually Ludwig Kaiser. He does a great job of making you dislike him and find him creepy. He absolutely does. And he is a bit creepy. That's fair. He's a very good heel. And he's very good in the ring as well, in all fairness. And he says, Genetic also says, my favourite WWE wrestler is Sheamus. Fair. Sheamus is known for putting on banger after banger after banger after banger. So, it's fair.
And and the quickest World Heavyweight Championship match of all time.
Yeah, of course. So, let me answer my own list here then. So, favourite WWE wrestler, it's... You know what, it's a difficult one, this, because it's such a broad sort of subject, because you could say many different names, because there is many different names to say. So, for me, there's The Rock, Stone Cold, John Cena, Randy Orton, AJ Styles, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, Dean Ambrose. So many different. I mean, I know Dean is no longer in WWE. He's John Moxley now in AEW, but still, he was a WWE wrestler at one point. But for me, out of all the ones that I could mention, there's one clear one that's way ahead of everybody else, and he's one of the greatest of all time, in my opinion, probably second behind Cena and The Rock, and it's of course the legendary and the iconic Undertaker.
No, I didn't think you were going to say that.
Who do you think I was going to say?
I thought you were going to say Stone Cold Steve Austin.
No. Undertaker. Absolute legend, absolute icon, put on many, many amazing matches, has had so many amazing returns. I mean, one sticks in my mind the most, where he returned when Randy Orton was in the ring. Obviously, Randy Orton had put him out, and he returned while Randy Orton was in the ring in a casket. The casket got set on fire. He kicked the casket open, and he came out with a relatively long beard. He'd grown a beard to make it seem like he hadn't been able to have a shave because he was recovering and all this sort of stuff. He completely played up to what had happened to him, which is what he loved to do. He loved to try and keep kayfabe alive. And that's just one moment. I mean, the next moment for me was when he returned to the Dead Man character, when he returned at WrestleMania 20, I believe it was, against Kane. That was another amazing return. Another amazing return, of course, was again against Kane, when we were trying to find out who attacked the Undertaker backstage and put Undertaker out. It turned out to be his own brother Kane, and he returned, I think it was at SummerSlam, I believe, and he, a casket just appeared at the edge of the ring. Kane went to look who was in it, he opened it, and Undertaker was there, and Undertaker sat up like he always does, and there he was, the Undertaker, and he's had many amazing returns, and yeah, that's one of the main reasons he's my favourite WWE wrestler. He's put on amazing matches, and his returns have been just absolutely amazing too. Favourite women's moment? For me, it has to be when we got the introduction to the main roster of Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch, and Sasha Banks. If you remember what it was about, Stephanie was in the ring, and there was Team Bella, which was the Bella Twins and Alicia Fox. And there was another team with Naomi and Tamina, and they needed somebody else on their team. And then there was Paige, who needed 2 tag teammates as well. Sasha Banks was brought out to be with, as a heel, to be with Naomi and Tamina. And then Becky and Charlotte were brought out to help Paige. And then we had that 3-team women match. I think it might have possibly been at SummerSlam, possibly might have been a different pay-per-view, I can't remember. But it was an epic moment. It introduced what turned out to be 3 of the greatest women to ever grace a wrestling ring. And it was just an epic, epic moment. That is my favourite women's moment. My favourite heel... I have to say my favourite heel is a recent one, and it's one that, they've done such a good job of making me despise them, to the point where I actually respect, I respect them because of how much I hate them, because that shows how good of a job they're doing. And for me, Dominic Mysterio. It might be a bit of a weird one to go for because there's so many amazing heels, but I've never really despised a heel as much as I despise Dominic Mysterio, and for me, that means he earns the utmost respect from me because that proves how good of a heel he is. Favorite face, John Cena. I know he's a heel now, but he was such an iconic face. Was a face for so many years, and just yeah, John Cena second to none. Favorite face, favorite Rumble winner, easy one for me. Rey Mysterio when he won it after obviously Eddie Guerrero passed away in 2005. He won it in 2006, and then went on to win the World Heavyweight Championship in memory of Eddie Guerrero. It was just an amazing story, an emotional story. He kicked off the Royal Rumble with Triple H. I believe Triple H and Rey Mysterio did have a hug in the ring before they even started because Triple H knew exactly how emotional this was going to be for Triple H, and they were still sort of recovering from Eddie's passing as well because everybody loved Eddie. And yeah, just such a sweet, amazing story for Rey, and he finally got his moment on the big stage, and yeah, that's my favourite Rumble winner. Have you got another list, or is that it? Are we done? I mean, we're very nearly at Raw now, but I think we've got time for one more if you wanted to do one.
Okay, let me think. So we'll do Hall of Fame inductions, and one person for each category that should be in there. So. Think no woman tag celebrity. How do they always do it? They do usually a man, they do a woman, they do a tag team,
They do a celebrity,
they do
and
a celebrity, and then number 5.
Who's usually like a I don't know. I could just leave it at that if you want.
Yeah, and just we'll do 5 miscellaneous.
Right.
So you just pick an extra one.
Okay.
So, people who should be inducted in the Hall of Fame that aren't there. So, a man, a woman, tag team, celebrity, miscellaneous. I'll let you go first.
Okay, so who do I think that should be in there that isn't? Hello, JST Killer. Who do I think should be in there that isn't as a male? For me, quite an easy one. Owen Hart. Owen Hart should be in there. He isn't in there because his wife and his family, well, at least his wife and his kids, don't want anything to do with WWE, don't want him in there. Originally, they didn't want any part of the wrestling business, and then all of a sudden they became best friends with AEW, which I found weird. But anyway, and they still hold the Owen Hart Cup now, which for me, it's just a very weird situation. But anyway, so that for me is the biggest one there. It should be in there. It's Owen Hart. Bray Wyatt for male says JST Killer. Yes, absolutely. Bray Wyatt should be in there, and I think he will be in there soon. Women, for me, Miss Elizabeth. Iconic manager, had an iconic moment at I think it was at WrestleMania, where she she got back together with Macho Man. It was an amazing moment. You had the crowd crying. It was just amazing. So Miss Elizabeth should be in there. The reason she's not in there, obviously, because of the way she died. It's fairly obvious why she's not in there, but she should be. If they can put Randy Savage in there, even with Randy Savage's history, they should be able to put Miss Elizabeth in there, in my opinion.
And Lex Luger.
Well, exactly, and Lex Luger. Yeah, I think
who for a long time was because of his association with Miss Elizabeth, he there was that inkling that he was excluded because of that. But if
Yeah.
time will tell, time will tell.
Yeah. So tag team that isn't in there that should be in there. One very obvious one for me, and I think they're going to go in very, very soon. Hardy Boys. I think it's only a matter of time. They're coming towards the end of their career. They've got a sort of relationship with WWE again now because of the TNA WWE partnership. So yeah, the Hardy Boys. Celebrity. Difficult one, celebrity, because I'm trying to think of a celebrity that isn't in there that should be in there, and it's like, what celebrity has done a lot for WWE that isn't in there? JST Killer says Bad Bunny. I mean, I don't think he's really done enough yet as a celebrity to be in there yet. I mean, obviously he's had some good moments in the ring and stuff like that, but I don't think he's done enough yet to be in there. But I mean, it is one. I don't know if he's in there already. I don't think he is. Snoop Dogg. Mainly because I know he's associated with WWE. He has his own WWE title. He's had a few moments in WWE. He came out, of course, with Sasha Banks. Apparently, he's Sasha Banks' cousin.
So Snoop Dogg is in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, is he? I didn't think. I don't ever
Yeah.
remember him being inducted.
Yeah, WrestleMania 32.
I don't remember him being inducted, but it was nearly 10 years ago, so maybe that's why. All right, okay. That's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. I can't really think of any celebrity really that should be in there that isn't. Oh no, I've got one that's not in there yet. That should be in there, mainly because of some of the iconic wrestling themes they've done. To be precise. Limmy from Motorhead.
Yeah.
Obviously, Motorhead did the Triple H's theme. Very good friend of Triple H. Obviously, he's no longer with us, so unfortunately. But I still think he should be in there. He did Evolution's theme.
The game.
So
the Triple H's theme performed at WrestleMania a couple times.
Yeah. So I think he should be in there, Limmy. And I think he will be at some point. I think Triple H will want him in there at some point. JST Killer says The Weeknd, he's literally the theme for the past 6 WrestleManias. That's very true, he has been. He has had at least one theme every year for the last 6 years, I think.
Yeah, but there is a but. That I would respond to that in saying that he's not performed at WrestleMania yet.
No, that's true. He hasn't. I reckon he probably will do it at some point soon. But that's very true.
Then
So miscellaneous. So basically, just pick somebody who should be in there that isn't in there. I've got one. Now, she is sort of in there as part of a group, but she's not in there as a solo. And I don't know if she ever will be because of what she ended up doing after she left WWE. They're going to be sort of fearful that maybe kids who haven't heard of this person will then Google her name and that sort of stuff will show up. But she deserves to be in there because of how much of a legend she was when she was in WWE. China. China is in there, like I say, as part of G-Generation X, and I think they put her in there as part of G-Generation X because that's as good as it's going to get. I don't think they're going to put her in as a solo. I really don't think they will do. I think she will literally just be in there as part of DX, and that's as good as it's going to get. So that's the list for me. Over to you.
I'm going to run through it very quickly because I'm wary of time. But in terms of male celebrities should be in there, again, this is a no-brainer. It's long overdue. The Rock.
Yeah, yeah.
But, people like The Rock and John Cena, you know, they will be a massive induction whenever that happens, and it will happen soon. It will happen. Women, Mickey James, I think, one of the great ones of the ruthless aggression of Divas era, still has a good relationship with the WWE. Her husband, of course, is part of WWE, so you never know. A tag team, for me, the greatest tag team of the Attitude Era, Edge and Christian. I don't know if the Brothers of Destruction have been inducted.
I don't think so.
They would be another, but for now, I think Edge and Christian.
Yep.
In terms of the celebrity wing, tricky one because there's been so many over the years and some controversial ones. For me, they recently inducted Muhammad Ali, especially from his association with WrestleMania 1. I would go back to WrestleMania 1. There was one other very high profile musician, a pianist known as Liberace.
Right.
Um, um, if you don't know who he is, look him up. Miscellaneous. Sid.
Sid.
Sid, yeah. Should have been in there before they left it too late.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, Sid.
Okay. Who did I say is my celebrity again? Do you remember?
You said Lemmy.
Yes. Lemmy, yeah. Or Lemmy. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's who I said. That's right. I couldn't. I was thinking then. I was trying to wrap my brain. I said I couldn't remember. I remember who I said for the rest of it, but I couldn't remember the celebrity. Yeah, there you go. Right. Anyway, we're getting towards the start of Raw. We're 5 minutes away from the start of Raw, so we're just going to take another short break. Just so you know, just a short toilet break, and then we'll be back. And we were ready to watch Raw. I'm looking forward to this. But thank you for everyone that's been tuning in so far. And I hope you will continue to tune in during Raw. And yeah, we'll speak to you in a second. Hello, we are back. Hope you're all okay. I'm in my position now for Raw. I'm going to be facing this way now, obviously, because my TV's there. But Genetic ACGT says, just turned on WWE, the rating said there are substances in it. Is that normal in WWE? Well, I've not had that. Let me just have a quick look here. Have a look. It says 12 violence. It doesn't say anything about substances. So I don't know what that's about. But we are just less than a minute away from the start of Raw. I will unmute in a second when Raw starts, so you can hear it. I will have to talk over it sometimes, so as to not get... I mean, it's very unlikely I'll get copyright strike just for audio, but I never have before. But you never know, there's always a first time.
The last Raw before WrestleMania.
Yes, the last Raw before WrestleMania. Hopefully it'll be a good one. Judging on the preview, it should be a good one. Maybe because Snoop Dogg might be in it. Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. But no, I've not had that. Anyway, the countdown is finished. It says the live event starts. The live event is about to start. I wonder what we're going to kick off with. I reckon possibly the Roman Reigns, CM Punk, Seth Rollins thing. Yeah, by all means. Yeah, we're about to start here. I'll unmute in a second. Right, there we go. Unmute. Here we go. Oh, they're in on Las Vegas.
Hello?
Hello. Welcome.
Welcome. Hold on, let me get to the other room.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Genetic ACGT joining us.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, and there's Jey Uso wearing all black again, looking serious. I wonder if he's not going to yeet until he wins at WrestleMania. Penta versus Finn Balor tonight. That's something we didn't see in the preview. I love that walk by Penta. That's such a funny walk. And there's the Judgment Day. And there's CM Punk, one of my personal favourites. Under one roof, Punk, Rollins and Reigns. We know that already. That was in the preview. Rollins is wearing all black as well.
A very Shield-like jacket. Wow.
It is, isn't it?
It looks kind of like yeah, it does. It looks like a bulletproof vest in a way.
And there's the wise man.
The wise man. Paul Heyman. And when I asked earlier whether what corner Paul Heyman would be in, what I meant was Seth Rollins. I think it was in SmackDown, last SmackDown. Seth Rollins told Heyman that now Heyman owes him a favor or something. I forgot the exact.
Yeah. So it looks like we're kicking off with Jey Uso because we're seeing what happened last Monday with Jey. See what Jey has to say this week. I'ma get you. I'ma get you for Jimmy. Here we are, WrestleMania week. What?
Look at those two guys in between Michael Cole and Pat McAfee.
Oh yeah,
What a perfect shot.
I know.
And then one of them's waving and kissing, blowing kisses at the camera.
Because I think he's realised
Here
that
comes Gunter.
Here he is. And Gunter.
Gunter's also wearing all black.
Wonder why they're all wearing black today.
I'm kind of nervous. Did someone like die or something?
Not that I've seen.
No.
I was just kind of worried because they were wearing all black, so I was just wondering, did someone like tragically, expire?
Let's see what Gunter has to say. He didn't say anything to Jay last week. He was completely silent, and he looked nervous after Jay had finished. He looked like he knew that Jay meant business. So let's see what he has to say. Oh, he looks genuinely pissed off.
Yeah.
Gunter seems very rattled.
He does.
He wants to keep that championship belt.
very different Gunther we're seeing tonight. Very animated, very emotional, very rattled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually, yeah, it's true. He's a heel, but he's usually a calm and gives off the uh impression of an honorable heel in a way, like when he shook hands with Cody Rhodes. And now he's
Not promo expected, a very determined Gunther.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem as confident as he used to be.
Let's see what I assume we'll hear out of Jay later on. See what Jay has to say in response to that.
Those two guys, him between Michael Cole and Pat McAfee.
No.
You can watch them. They're like trying hard not to stare straight at the camera.
Yeah.
Oh, what a place to sit.
Here comes Liv Morgan. Looks like we're getting Liv Morgan in a match. Of course, she's facing Bayley. This should be a good match.
Yeah. I predict that since Bailey's frustrated, she'll probably put up a good match and maybe even win. I think she'll probably win against Liv Morgan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait a minute, I have a VPN. Why am I watching the American stream when I can skip the commercials?
Yeah.
Bailey.
And Lyra's there as well.
They seem to be getting on well. They're color coordinated as well.
Yeah.
She was having a long chat there with someone.
and she gave him a hug, I think.
Bailey at Wrestlemania just sounds accurate, sounds right. Lyra, Valkyria, and Bailey tore the house down 1 week ago. They continue
I still think of that tasteless fan who heckled Kevin Owens on the way out.
Oh, I know.
It takes a lot to rattle a wrestler and get their attention in that way, but
Well,
if I recall, he said something along the lines to Kevin Owens, legit or not, you're still rubbish or something.
yeah.
You still
Wow.
suck.
And
And
when
then
you've
Owens
just
up. Yeah, go on.
when you've just given a promo like that and told everybody the news that you're not going to be at WrestleMania, you could be out for 2 years, and then somebody says that to you, it's going to rattle you, innit?
It was just the sort of, like I said, the tastelessness of saying something like that when a man's just literally said because he has an injury that could, like, paralyze him if it's not treated or end his career. And you say that to him. It's disgusting, really, in a way.
And unfortunately, some people are like that. Yeah.
I've not watched WWE Evolve.
I've not either.
Oh, I think it's on Wednesday. Maybe you could do WWE Evolve.
Yeah, there's quite a bit on this week.
Possibly. Yeah, apparently the female ref, whatever she's called, is it Jess?
Yes.
The apparently she's been appearing in Evolve under a mask.
Oh, okay.
Apparently. Which is interesting.
The first 2 minutes, like, after in my head, everything is happening with Naomi, with Miss. You don't have to like the truth. You can't deny it. You don't have to like the truth, but you can't deny it. It's a triple threat. Just like I can't deny that now it's a triple threat. But yeah, I've been through a lot. Donna used everything that I've been through. Everything that I've been through. To be the Bianca that I know that I can be. The Bianca that won the relationship. And I am Bianca that's never been in at WrestleMania. The greatest, the best, strongest, the fastest, the roughest, the toughest, the quickest, the greatest, the best Bianca that you have ever seen. It doesn't matter if it's a triple threat. Because there's nothing that Rhea or Io can do to stop me from getting my flowers and walking out of WrestleMania as champion. Because you cannot spell WrestleMania without E-S-T.
Interesting promo from Bianca there.
Sunday, Io Sky, no champions advantage, defended against Bianca Belair, and live we also Mania on WrestleMania Sunday. Bailey will with Morgan.
Here we go. Oh, what a slap.
Ooh. I thought that was a punch.
Bailey and Lyra Valkyria, and if you're Liv, you're trying to beat down your WrestleMania opponent as much as possible. You know, we talked a lot last week too about the frustration that has been building for Bailey over the past number of months, not able to pick up victories. Eliminating Chamber for the Intercontinental title and so forth, but maybe the
Oh,
match win on Friday helped cure some of those ills.
Yeah, Bailey's ticked.
Picking up a big time dub on a Friday could be
well,
great.
Bailey picks Alexa up.
Perfect piece for Bailey.
Liv Morgan. Oh, nice.
Steve Austin hammering away on Morgan. Stone Cold, of course, of the American Hall of Fame ceremony coming Friday night in Las Vegas. Cover now by Bailey and a kick out by Morgan at 2.
Cole just confirmed that Steve Austin is going to be at the ceremony on Friday.
Yeah, he is going to be there, yeah.
Been a while since we've seen Stone Cold.
It is.
A huge reception, as will Bret Hart.
Hmm.
Close to home here, be loved by the WWE Universe for good reason. And Liv Morgan, speaking of accomplishing
Oh,
everything, Liv Morgan's had quite the year.
Indeed, I think that might be the time where. No, I was going to say that might be the first time we've seen Bret and Stone Cold together on TV for a while.
She'll let you know. And Bailey will put you on your back. Bailey knows how to have success at WrestleMania. Remember, last year, Pat, she won the Rumble, went on to win the WWE Women's Championship on the grand stage. Great for a while over the past few months, and I had some candid conversations with her that she wasn't going to make it to WrestleMania. Be able to punch the ticket Friday night with the gauntlet match win. I still can't believe we are so close to WrestleMania. Quite the week. Yes, it is. In Las Vegas. Nice suplex by Bailey. Floats into the cover for the win on
two.
Morgan and a kick out.
Liv Morgan kicks out.
14,158 on hand for the final Monday Night Raw before WrestleMania. The Goldman One Center in the capital of California,
Oh.
Sacramento.
Oof.
Nice counter by Liv Morgan.
Very much back and forth this match at the moment. Oh, what a move from Bailey.
Bailey sending Morgan across the ring. Bailey now.
Oh,
Suplex delivered to Morgan, and Bailey's rolling. And you can see some confidence is come back to Bailey here tonight. Liv Morgan obviously heading for the hills here. High behind Raquel, trying to catch a breather. Bailey with a big smile and a glance up at the WrestleMania sign. Suicide dive and ran right into a right hand by Morgan.
oh, went for the suicide dive.
By Morgan.
Liv Morgan caught her.
Morgan is nasty and as shrewd as they come. And now Liv
Oh, suplex on the outside.
delivers the first suplex.
Oh, the three amigos.
As she rolls the hips, she sets up now for the three amigos. On the outside, though, made great by the late great Eddie Guerrero. And now Morgan going to the third amigo, but a block by Bailey. And Bailey able to deliver a knee to the midsection.
Oh, into the steps goes Liv Morgan. Oh! Oh! Knee first into the stairs, and then Liv Morgan stands on Bailey's foot, and then a suplex off the steps to the outside. Liv Morgan goes in for the pin. Just a kick out.
Raquel saying that she's so smart. Yeah, great. Oh, she tells me all the time, Raquel. Oh, and what a kick by Liv Morgan. How can he stand her? How can he stand being around her? That's what I'd like to know. She takes credit for everything in your career.
Ooh, got her in a chokehold on the ropes.
Oh, a cheap shot from Raquel Rodriguez there. Go on. Two. No.
A great professional. Step forward. She started hanging out at the Judgment Day clubhouse. That's where everything started going sideways. You need a clubhouse. Nah, I'm okay. Especially as my day goes. You can do a lot of things in the clubhouse. Always in disarray. I don't want that. Well, back elbow.
Bailey with the reversal. Now a kick.
Bailey as well. Morgan.
Oh, code breaker.
Breaker by Morgan. Cover now. Stacks up Bailey. And a kick out by Bailey at 2.
Raquel Rodriguez. This is going to be an interesting.
Raquel Rodriguez. It's going to be an interesting matchup on Sunday. Title. Raquel obviously out of advantage over everybody in this match. Bailey defends Morgan. Full-time champ. And then Lyra Valkyria. Wild card in this whole thing. Victoria Intercontinental
Goes on to be one of the great.
This chance she goes on to be one of the greats. She is dropped into Raw and become a champion quickly. You know, we had an opportunity to talk to Bailey earlier today, Pat. She had nothing but massive praise about Valkyria in her work in the ring. She said Lyra helped her even over the last week or so. That match last Monday was phenomenal. This is awesome, Chance. 3 times.
Oh.
Now they're going to get chance to become potential
Great
champions.
chemistry together. Now they're going to get chance to become
Oh.
potential champs together. Morgan looking to put this in the way.
Morgan in for another pin.
Inside leg. And
Bailey kicks out again.
now Morgan maybe becoming a bit frustrated. How things don't go her way.
Yeah, Liv's getting really frustrated.
She is.
Over here. Liv's potting in the ring. What pot out of the Judgment Day.
Yeah, that's not good. Frustration leads to mistakes.
Mm.
Liv and Raquel win at Mania and could or not win the Intercontinental match.
Back live here, ladies and gentlemen. Golden one center.
We're back live here, ladies and gentlemen. Golden One Center in Sacramento. Over 14,000 sold out the final Raw before WrestleMania. And on WrestleMania Sunday, Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez defend the tag titles against Bailey and the Intercontinental Champion Lyra Valkyria. Bailey and Morgan one-on-one here tonight. Put on a clinic in here. Liv has been in control, but Bailey obviously powering up with the people of Sacramento. And now Bailey unloading on Morgan. Away from the midsection by Liv.
Oh, what a kick.
Oh, big knee.
Oh, what a knee.
Liv may have a broken nose. Crash cranium. Bailey hit that right on the
Bailey in
back.
control.
Lining up for the buckle.
No. Oh my god.
Right there in the turnbuckle.
Bailey was going for the
Face first into the middle turnbuckle goes Bailey. That looked nasty.
Liv Morgan ready. Understood what was happening.
Oh, no way.
And a kick to the back of the
Step up,
head. Looks like
insecure it. Oh. Bailey somehow still kicks out.
that's one thing about Bailey. She doesn't give up, at least not very easily.
No.
Liv Morgan just smacking Bailey in the mouth after that. She thought it was over. Bailey continuing to fight. Now Liv taking to this
I don't think I've ever seen her tap out.
rope. Morgan caught by Bailey.
No, I don't think I've seen a tap out. She probably has at some point, but I've not seen it. Oh, Bailey kicks out. And for the knee, reversal. Another pin from Liv. Just a one. Oh, what a knee. And the buckle bomb.
Ooh.
This time she gets it. 1, 2. Liv just kicks out.
Hmm.
This has been a good match.
Thought that was over for Bailey. They thought it was 1, 2, 3. Looking on here tonight in Sacramento, tremendous battle underway between Bailey and Liv Morgan. One-on-one tonight. Crowd has been electric from the get-go.
Oh,
Liv Morgan kicking off Bailey. Let's go Bailey. Let's go Liv. Dueling chance here. Sacramento. Bailey now out to the apron. Morgan able to block.
oh, code breaker on the apron.
Right to the face. Another cold breaker by Morgan. And look at the intense look in the eyes of one half of the
Bailey, no, kicks out at 2. And Liv definitely getting frustrated now. Liv has the answers to everything that Bailey is trying to do at the moment. Oh, what a move. Liv looks dazed.
Yeah.
Bailey to belly. One,
Ooh,
two,
Raquel.
Raquel puts the foot on the rope. Lyra takes Raquel out from behind. Oh, backstabber. Liv going for Oblivion, but Lyra helps her. And Bailey with the roll up. 1, 2, 3. And Bailey wins with the roll up. Very, very nice there from Lyra, holding Bailey in position so Bailey didn't get Oblivioned.
Yep.
And will Lyra and Bailey win at WrestleMania Night 2? We'll have to see. But they've got momentum going into that match.
Was that guy holding up? It was his phone, something gyro. Or gyro, I guess it's pronounced.
Mysterio.
And here comes Rey Mysterio. Oh, of course. We were talking about predictions earlier for WrestleMania. There's one match that we did forget to predict. Rey Mysterio versus what's his name? What the hell's his name?
Chad
Well, yeah, but Chad Gable's luchador alter ego.
Oh,
Grande.
yeah. Yeah, El Grande Americano. I
That's
think.
it, El Grande Americano. So Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano. Who wins?
I think El Grande Americano, and then he'll reveal himself at WrestleMania. To
Did you see that? So Mysterio headbumped the kid wearing the mask, but then he went over to the adult wearing the mask and just patted him on the head.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. I've always wanted to do that, wear a Rey Mysterio mask at ringside and get Rey Mysterio to headbutt me. But he won't. He only does that for kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, unmasks El Grande Americano at WrestleMania. That would be funny.
Yeah, I think Rey unmasks El Grande Americano at WrestleMania. I mean, it could also happen the way you just said as well, genetic. But I think either way, he's going to be unmasked at WrestleMania.
Or maybe they pull his mask off and then he covers his face, as it were, and then runs to the backstage. So the mystery continues.
in the highly unlikely event that it is not Chad Gable who is El Grande Americano, who do you think it would be? In my opinion, unlikely event that Chad Gable is not El Grande Americano, who do you think El Grande Americano is?
I'm not sure. I've not really thought about it. Ooh.
I don't think he took the name Julius Creed from any movie star or anything. Not movie star, movie character, I should say.
Yeah.
I think it's highly unlikely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to go to one of these places where they do this.
Is that the Undertaker's music?
It is. They're talking about the One Dead Man show.
I love Wingstop too.
More of a. How about. Was it ever at Wingstop? I'm not sure. I like Buffalo Wild Wings. Some of the Buffalo Wild Wings, like they have like a Parmesan or oregano or something like that. That's pretty good.
You thrive on playing with my emotions, winding me up like I'm some sort of toy to you, just so you can get what you want and make me seem like I'm the bad guy. The thing that you fail to understand is that when I'm doing something that I love, I will stop at nothing to get it back. And here, I never had to give you a championship match, but watching you count and moan, it really pulled on the heartstrings that I had left. So, I used a page out of your book, and I got what I wanted to. So here, I advise you to cherish every single moment you have with the Women's World Championship. And Bianca, I can't wait to make you feel what it's like when I'm the bad guy. Because at WrestleMania 41, I get back what belongs to me.
It wasn't until last week Rhea Ripley realized she had an opportunity to get to WrestleMania. And she's going to make the most of it. Rhea Ripley, Io Sky, Bianca Belair on WrestleMania Sunday for the Women's World Championship. Julius Creed is set for action here tonight against the Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio. Let's show you what happened last week. Six-man tag team matchup. The LWO versus the Creeds and El Grande Americano. This was a show until Ivy Nile turned things around, Pat. Clearly hit a piece of metal to the masked man to put underneath his mask. And Ray caught it.
El Grande Americano had a loaded mask, and we're all learning about El Grande as we know. Apparently he is A-OK with loading up his forehead and dropping some metal on your face. Picks up a big-time win, and then El Grande got out of there as Bert Kreischer and his wife Leanne looked on.
Well, Rey Mysterio on WrestleMania Saturday.
And there it is, El Grande Americano versus Rey Mysterio.
It's a shame that Rey Mysterio's got to take on Americano and not actually Chad Gable, although Chad Gable does have his WrestleMania moment this year at least. Very complicated story.
Chad Gable and El Grande Americano do resemble each other, kind of. There is certainly some differences.
Julius Creed now back Mysterio into the corner. Julius goes 6'3", 249. Obviously, the height, the power advantage over Rey, but this isn't Rey's first rodeo, Pat, when it comes to a much larger athlete in a competitor.
Yeah, Ray's had to have a strategy against a bigger opponent for his entire career. That led to him being in the Hall of Fame. Now Julius Creed's a little bit different, though. This guy's more explosive than he's supposed to be. Too tall, too strong, too fast, jumps too high. Has it all.
First time ever these two have gone one-on-one as Creed looks to bear Mysterio down. This year's WrestleMania, Pat, will mark the 13th career match for the legendary Rey Mysterio at WrestleMania.
Just like that. Quick as a hiccup. Backflip against the rope. Julius Creed still in command.
Mysterio's had so many great moments over the years at WrestleMania. Never forget 2006.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Rey Mysterio's really got his work cut out for him in this match.
He has.
Rey Mysterio was in there thinking that he needs to go power for power with Julius Creed. I respect it, though. Julius Creed needs to take advantage of it now. Once Rey starts using momentum, you're in big trouble.
Just like that. The quick
Nice.
Mysterio with that run-up.
Very nice.
Creed toward the ropes, and Rey now getting fired up. Rey
Oh, Jesus.
former three-time world champion just got stopped in his tracks by
What a clothesline from Julius there, but it's a 2. And Ray kicks out.
first career singles match on Monday Night Raw, but he is no stranger to individual competition. A single season record holder in wins in amateur wrestling at Duke University.
See those years. Those are earned on the mat. Very successful amateur wrestling.
Two-time NCAA All-American, one of the most decorated
So the ref has just sent everybody backstage.
Six-piece, Julius one-on-one, finally. Great job by the senior official Chad Patton. Said that the LWO and American made to the back. This rivalry has just taken off over the past few months. Had no love lost between any of these men and women of diving.
Very rarely do you see six people kicked out at one time. There's a necessity for this LWO American-made rivalry.
Now we'll see what Creed is made of against the veteran, the Hall of Famer, Rey Mysterio.
Mysterio has a big match this weekend.
Against El Grande Americano.
That's the love that this is happening.
Good. He was at ringside watching it all. Even got pulled in a big knockdown now by Creed.
I didn't see O'Brien on us.
And Julius Creed now, frustrated, pounds away at Mysterio.
We're in California, it's a little hazy in the sky, but I don't think look too many press in that particular area. Was O'Brien Americano down
And Julius has been in control of this match mostly.
Yeah, what Rey Mysterio needs to do is use his flexibility and speed to try and basically trick Julius into hitting the turnbuckle or something.
Yeah.
Because Julius has the power, but he doesn't have the speed.
Well, Julius is trying to tear the mask off here.
Yeah, this is complete disrespect when it comes to the Lucha Libre tradition. Rey Mysterio fighting back now, not going to allow it to happen, but Creed, damage may have been done.
Thank God that didn't happen here.
And a knee right to the midsection of Rey, and now Mysterio in a very prone position here. Creed makes week in and week out. They got a great speech from Chad Gable, all kidding aside. Again, his brother Brutus
Ooh.
is an amateur wrestler as well. That's the reason
Right, trying to get back into this with some punches. Gets Julius down to one knee. But look at the power of Julius. Oh, and Ray just kicks out at 2.
if he loses to Creed tonight.
Everybody wants to have a win. Heading into the biggest weekend of the year.
General manager out here so wanted to give Ray a match against Gable, race it out of one game.
He's trying to get the mask again.
Around to Americano. He wants to expose to the world this farce that's going on by Gable.
What's with American Made and trying to rip the mask off the LWO?
I don't know.
You're very gullible. WWE fans sold out in Sacramento tonight, over 14,000 trying to will Rey Mysterio on. Julius Creed's been dominating this matchup ever since LWO, and American Made were kicked out by official Chad Patton, but Rey fighting back now. Mysterio who takes out El Grande Americano at WrestleMania.
Rey Mysterio.
Uh-oh, look at this. Oh, Rey tumbles hard, and Creed hit his spine on the apron.
Great rana by Rey Mysterio to get Julius Creed out of the ring.
And now Rey Mysterio building some momentum here. Rey with that
Oh, Julius with a great
by
catch.
Creed. What an incredible move and power by Julius Creed. He picked Mysterio out of the air.
That was amazing.
Now he powers him up into a suplex possession, and Julius Creed marching up the steps toward the ring.
Are you kidding me right now? Julius
The
Creed
power of Julius.
Absolutely insane.
Ray trying to get out of it though, and he does. But oh, what a kick.
Rey back toward the corner.
Oh!
Yes.
Shoulder first into the turnbuckle. And that's exactly what Ray needed to do, use his speed to make Julius make a mistake.
That was incredible. But Julius Creed just did a little bit ago. Catching Mysterio in midair, powering him up, but Mysterio able to counter. And now Rey, top rope where it feels comfortable. Rey,
Oh.
Hurricanrana from the top, sending Creed into the corner.
This is what Rey wants. Julius Creed in control.
Rey Mysterio starting to take control here. Oh my god, what a move from Julius. Oh, catches Ray. Oh, what a reversal. DDT from Ray. 1, 2. No. It's been a good match, this.
Yep.
Oh, this is awesome chant by the crowd.
The wisdom of the crowd.
Oh, what a knee. And Julius goes flying over the top rope. Mysterio. 619.
Ooh. Excellent match.
Rey Mysterio wins.
Well, on WrestleMania Saturday, that man, El Grande Americano. I think he just said gracias. Wants to embarrass.
Well. We're about an hour into Raw. It's been a good show so far.
It has.
Oh, here we go. War Raiders. What are they at? What do they have to say?
Are they scared because the wannabe Vikings want war?
Listen, genuinely, I'm sorry, but we heard from the War Raiders earlier, and they said that you guys took things to a whole new level last week, and they're saying that your match at WrestleMania in less than a week is going to be a war.
War? We've been in war. You see how these people treat us? You see all the people in the locker room have been treating us this entire time? It's been war the whole time. We've been at war the entire time, Jackie. But the war path stops at WrestleMania when we take back what belongs to us. That's our WWE World Tag Team Championships. And we remind the entire world that your boys, the New Day, are the greatest tag team on the face of planet Earth. Jackie, last week was just a taste of what the New Day is willing to do to get our titles back. And after WrestleMania, Eric is going to wish someone would have taken his head off. The women Ivar would have to catch the beating they're going to get this Saturday. And when we regain our tag team championship at WrestleMania, every relevant and immature member of the WWE Universe will have no choice but to drop to their knees, raise their hands to the sky, and scream in unison. Thank God for the New Day.
Excellent time to see at WrestleMania. Cool. Sounds like the New Day is ready for a war. Back to you.
Better you than me interviewing them, Jackie. Nonetheless, tonight, Monday Night Raw.
It's not some, it's total. Wireless.
Here comes AJ Styles. We're getting AJ Styles versus Karrion Kross next.
Be right back.
Okay.
AJ Styles prepares for Logan Paul at WrestleMania, but it's got Karrion Kross next. AJ Styles, the preeminent professional, one of the greatest professional wrestlers in the history of our game, Pat. And Sunday, I should say this weekend at WrestleMania, he is into a match against Logan Paul, who is the opposite of what AJ Styles is all about.
AJ Styles has cut his teeth in this business for decades, launching himself to legend and icon status all around the world. The reason his shirt says there can only be one is what this man does, nobody else can. But at WrestleMania, he's got Logan Paul, who has shown up to every big moment that has ever been presented to him. And all it takes is one big punch.
That titanium plated right hand of Logan Paul
this entrance? You knew that Karrion was about to come out and slaughter. Here we go. Triple H versus The Undertaker. Shawn Michaels, the special referee. End of an era.
I was talking about this match earlier, End of an Era. I said it was my favourite WrestleMania match of all time.
Two toughest guys in the prison yard from the bygone generation. When these two hooked up, everybody in the yard's watching. They were just absolutely blistering one another. Chairs and steps. To me, that story had everything. Shawn Michaels, Mr. WrestleMania. Here's the guy Undertaker who he couldn't beat at WrestleMania. Here's his best friend Triple H. Now he's the ref. He has to stay impartial. Storytelling at its finest. To see it all happen, it was just amazing. That match, that rivalry, it's years of experience doing what they do best. I knew that he had just finished something that was going to be so special that would last to the ends of time. The era has ended, and what a way to go. Standing up there with those two guys who I had the utmost respect for, and probably one of the most special moments of my career. And we welcome Triple H into the Hall of Fame class of 2025. It takes place at the Mountain Blue Hotel in Las Vegas. The Hall of Fame ceremony is at 10 o'clock Pacific, live on Peacock. And Pat and I have the distinct honor and privilege to host this year's Hall of Fame. Speaking of the Mountain Blue Hotel, there's plenty of action mentioned the Hall of Fame.
Yes, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I will be doing the Hall of Fame watch along on the Saturday because I won't be able to stay up on the Friday to watch it. So, and I won't be streaming night one of WrestleMania because I'll be going to my friends to watch it. So I'll do that instead.
Wait to get out to Vegas. Karrion Kross set for action one-on-one with AJ Styles. And Karrion Kross is wearing tonight an interesting story he told us about these tights earlier today, Pat. As we get set for the AJ Styles versus Logan Paul
Oh, Carrion has been in complete control so far.
And now mocking Styles.
Not expect this out of Karrion Kross here tonight.
Yeah, he said he needed to change things, needed to go about things differently.
AJ Styles needs to do some things differently as well. Standing drop kick right to the mouth.
Yeah, great resilience by Styles.
Styles needs to
And your guest is back.
over the weekend as well.
Hello.
AJ baseball
Hello.
slide drives Cross.
Into the second row.
AJ launches himself
Oh.
over the top, lands on the apron as Cross rolls
Oh.
out. Takes AJ out. He hit the side of
AJ goes face first into the apron.
Absolutely. Karrion Kross with reversal, chopping out the legs. Now what's he thinking?
AJ
Oh.
Ooh.
almost into the front row.
I was wondering about old buddy over there. He must be
Oh, Jesus.
Timekeepers area. Cross is on a mission tonight. Wow. You know, Pat, this Karrion Kross tonight is harking back to the man who dominated NXT.
This Karrion Kross is dangerous. This Karrion Kross changes the game. This Karrion Kross has got bad ideas in his mind.
Hammered away on the chest of Styles. Just a vicious
Right?
sicko.
Yeah, that was weird. He just said hi to me. I thought I was going to say hello back, but to be clear, I was looking in the eyes of a lunatic.
And now a bow for what he's done to Styles out here at ringside.
He's also bowing to just broke the count.
And AJ Styles now, though. Fighting back. The resilience of Styles. Made a career out of it.
Karrion Kross ran AJ Styles into that barricade full speed.
Cody Rhodes told me at one point that AJ Styles is one of the toughest, most physical, and strongest men he's ever been in the ring with. That's coming from the undisputed WWE champion. Had quite the rivalry with Styles last year.
Being in business as long as AJ Styles has been, you have to be wildly tough. He is certainly that. Phenomenally talented. He is certainly that. He's in the middle of a dogfight right now, though, with Karrion Kross. Huge chops.
Oh, nice. Looks into the cover. Cross for the win, and Styles got his shoulder up.
I've watched Karrion Kross break a face
Carrion trying to lock in the armbar, but AJ Styles is blocking it.
jiu-jitsu in submission. It's top tier. AJ needs to watch it. Yeah, I'll just put your head.
Cross faces in.
Then he went into a crossface. Styles made to the ropes. Cross almost a complete 5 count from our official before the break.
This close to WrestleMania, now you have your arm broken by Karrion Kross.
That man takedown by Cross. And Cross is out to prove something tonight. He knocks off Styles. I cannot help but be impressed with the offensive prowess of Karrion Kross tonight. A much more physical and intense Kross as over 14,000 look on in Sacramento. Sold out the final Raw before WrestleMania. And AJ Styles went for the counter. Kross though turns it into a cover and a kick out. Great move by Kross.
Brilliant by Karrion Kross.
And Karrion's been dominating this thing, which doesn't bode well for Styles heading into
Look at this.
WrestleMania against Logan Paul. Up on his shoulders.
Oh, what a move from Carrion Cross.
Little final prayer action attempted by Cross and a kick out by Styles.
How about Karrion Kross here tonight? AJ Styles has WrestleMania a few days away. Karrion Kross is giving him all that he can handle.
You know, we talked during the entrance, Karrion Kross, about how he wanted to go back to the old theme, go back to the old entrance, try to recapture some of that
Cross pretending to be injured.
AJ showed a bit of sympathy as he went to the official to ask about Cross. And remember, AJ Styles had a similar ankle injury back
And AJ Styles just says, "I'll show you this motherfucker." If you could lip read what he says, that's exactly what he said. And he certainly is showing him. You don't mess with the phenomenal one. Oh, what a DDT from Carrion. Remember the cross hammer? AJ Styles reversed. The Ushigoroshi. Oh, Styles setting up for the phenomenal forearm. Phenomenal forearm. And there it is. Carrion loses.
AJ Styles getting a good win before WrestleMania.
Yeah. And did you see that as Karrion Kross saw the phenomenal forearm coming, he held his hands behind his back and didn't even try and move out the way. It's as if he let AJ Styles do it. And here comes Logan.
The Maverick. Is that new? Because I don't recall him referring to himself as the Maverick before now.
I think that might be new.
Oh, jeez.
Puh.
Oh, jeez. Wait, he said, you want to be me? I don't want to be Logan Paul.
No, I don't either.
That's a cute little video, smartass. But why don't we start WrestleMania a couple days early and bring your ass to the ring right now? Styles was not impressed. And Logan Paul making his way to the ring now. And a carry across, trying to sneak attack Styles. Styles is ready. Styles now trying to take out Paul and Cross. And carrying Cross now as the numbers game may catch up to AJ Styles here. Styles though, oh, takes him out. An impaler that inverted DDT by Styles.
Oh, the one lucky punch.
Earlier. All it takes is
Did he pump his fist before that?
titanium punch. And then it's time for the pulverizer from Logan Paul.
The pulverizer.
The pulver.
Logan Paul's new finishing move.
Paul impressive tonight, had a little bit of help from carrying Cross, but nonetheless sends a message to Mr. Styles. All it takes is one big right, and then the pulverizer, and Logan can beat anybody in this industry, and he knows it, and he'll tell you about it. Logan Paul hopes to create another viral moment when he goes one-on-one with AJ Styles Sunday, WrestleMania. Speaking of WrestleMania, Saturday night, the main event, of course, the triple threat match between Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and CM Punk, which marks the first ever WrestleMania main event in the career of the Second City Saint. Punk will be here with us live later on tonight, as will Seth Rollins and as will Roman Reigns. We are still awaiting the arrival of the original tribal chief, Paul Heyman. Apparently has not seen Roman Reigns since requested and he granted CM Punk's favor a couple of weeks ago. What's Heyman in for with Reigns tonight? Guess who? Hold on now. Oh no. No, what sucks is that Chad Gable's WrestleMania opportunity was once again taken from him. Very nice. Clever.
They all remember what he did to Otis.
Listen,
Yeah.
fortunately, I'm man enough to be happy for a young up-and-comer to replace me at WrestleMania. And that who I'm talking about is none other than El Grande Americano. I mean, did you see what he did to the LWO earlier? Single-handedly took them out. And on Saturday in Las Vegas at WrestleMania, it's Rey Mysterio's turn. This is Rey Mysterio's 13th WrestleMania match. And 13 will never be as unlucky of a number as it's going to be on Saturday when El Grande puts him down and cements his legacy as the greatest luchador of all time. Thank you! See, gracias. Pat, why is Chad Gable so invested in El Grande Americano? Remember, he went on the search for the greatest luchador of all time. So I think he feels as if he has like a finder's fee in this entire thing. Chad Gable very supportive of El Grande Americano. Sacramento not supportive of Chad Gable at all. Well, Gable gets his El Grande Americano gets his WrestleMania moment. Two different people. Chad just said it yet again. You believe what that guy says? How could you not? Well, you were the one that was calling him a terrible human being at one point in his career. Chad Gable? Yeah, Chad Gable. You forget that? Yeah. Selective memory? He
Steph McMahon and Stone Cold Steve Austin going in the desert.
I think this is they're advertising that Stephanie's Places or whatever it's called.
Ah,
Yeah.
I do have to say that looks kind of fun in a way.
Mm.
The dune buggy type thing.
Yeah.
Hungry? Why wait? Grab a Snickers. Feels like they have been great for my entire life, so shout out Snickers. Thanks for everything you've done for me and millions of others.
Well, here comes Jay. Wonder if it. I wonder if he'll yeet tonight.
He can't resist. Of course he'll eat. Oh, maybe not. Come on, everybody. We have to raise our arms up and down.
It certainly is. Gotta wonder what Jey Uso thought about Gunther's fiery interview earlier tonight. I watched Jey Uso give $100,000 to somebody in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania last week. His eyes were on the prize. The people are behind him. And WrestleMania might become Yeetomania. Something changed inside this man last week. 2 weeks ago, his brother Jimmy let the bloody mess in the hands of Gunther. And last week, Pat, Jey Uso marched out of the ring. He got in the face of Gunther, and he showed no fear. How could you have any fear when you're seeing the absolute worst thing that could happen, and you're still alive? The entire WWE universe is behind this man who's worked his ass off to get to this situation. Won the Royal Rumble, traveled the long road, and now he's got his shot at the world title. And it's all part of WrestleMania Saturday. Jey Uso and Gunther for the World Championship. Oh, yeah, oh, you're killing it. Hell yeah, Uso. Take it in, Jey.
He's not yeeting.
The crowd is eating. That's what matters.
It is.
What a scene. What a time. What a youth.
You afraid? Yeah, Gunther. You afraid? You afraid? I'm gonna whoop your ass in front of 60,000 people for the World Heavyweight Championship at Wrestlemania. Hey, look out! I'm gonna see you on Saturday, Oos. Gunther, I'm gonna get you, cuz. So here's what we gonna do. One time for the one time. Hey, Oos! Hey, Oos! Please, please, hit my music! Oh, yeah! Oh! Wrestlemania Saturday, 60,000 plus on the Strem. Allegiant Stadium. Gonna be on their feet, yeeting away to a man who could be the next World Heavyweight.
Short and sweet from Jey Uso. He also is taking a prime drink from the hydration setup.
Uso finally feels like that. Maybe, just maybe, he has a chance. It's been a different tone out of Jay the last couple times we've heard him speak. You see your sibling get beat up and bloodied in front of you, and you're helpless to do a damn thing about it. They can change you. It feels like it has. Jay Uso just told Gunther that Gunther's afraid, and he just might be.
Oh, there we go. He's yeeting now.
You know, Patty, it's funny, our cameraman Sweaty is telling you to wipe the sweat off your forehead. You think this is something? We're going to be so through come WrestleMania Saturday. How could you not get caught up? And it is hot in here. The tension is palpable. WrestleMania
Bron Breakker attacked backstage by the Judgment Day.
Ron gonna be all right? Well, he better be. He defends his title this weekend.
And here comes Penta.
Penta.
El Fuego.
Oh, that walk.
Well, this coming weekend at WrestleMania. WrestleMania Sunday. Penta tries to win his first championship in WWE, but before we get there, he has his hands full tonight with the dangerous Finn Balor. Penta Balor live on Netflix. Man, it is awesome watching Penta. Even that little baby right there can experience the Penta experience. The aura that radiates from this man is truly unique.
Oh, man.
Everybody in here is on the edge of their seat, standing up, totally engaged. The man he shows zero fear. He's been teaching me Spanish, Paul. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, I heard some of the words that he was teaching you earlier today. You know, my wife is Hispanic, and I know a few of those words. I don't think you're allowed to say it on
Sometimes my camera is froze. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Let me sort that out for you now.
Mm.
Absolutely. Penta says they're in for something special tonight. Wrestlemania Sunday. No champion's advantage for the champ Ron Breaker because the first man to get pinfall or submission will become the champion. Obviously, the same group who have obviously worked together in the past, and there's a lot to keep their eye on. And Penta's making his first championship in WWE weight class spot.
Sorry about that. Camera is fine now. I don't know what happened there. Sometimes it likes to freeze. So we got Penta, Finn Balor here. Two men in the Intercontinental Championship Fatal 4-Way coming at WrestleMania Sunday.
The only negativity that has come from Penta's WWE career thus far has come from that
Oh,
Finn Balor.
back and forth early on in this match. Oh, look at this. Penta. Oh, nice.
Great athleticism from Penta.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dominic Mysterio could pin Finn Balor to win the Intercontinental Championship. Yeah, the Judgment Day is going to implode totally at WrestleMania. I think we can all see that coming. Or will they work together? Seems doubtful. Rather selfish group. The Judgment
Oh,
It'll be an Intercontinental.
swipe the legs from under Finn there.
Well, I don't think that
Oh, and again.
selfish is a great word to use for the group. I also like to use the word jealousy because Finn Balor has been jealous of
Third time's a charm, yes.
his ugly head on a number of occasions, i.e. gaining it graced.
This is a very one-sided match.
It is so far.
Championship conversations. Yeah, but isn't it?
Oh, what a chop.
This all, and it was for good reason. He just smashed the absolute shite out of Finn Balor's chest. Then the set across the ring. Up over the top, sunset flip. Balor with a nice basement drop kick. Covered out by Balor.
And Finn has taken over, and it's a
Balor's been
2 count.
has not been able to win singles gold in a long time. Enters into his 5th WrestleMania match this year. Penta, of course, making his debut on the big stage. Remember, Finn Balor, former world champion. Dominic's been a part of WrestleMania. Ron Breaker, never been a part. Big Show has his first opportunity on the bright lights this weekend. Thought to be parking in Vegas for our Intercontinental champion, but he has a tall task ahead of him. Yeah, and is he going to be 100% after that bugging by Judgment Day a little bit earlier on tonight? The Intercontinental title represents everything that is great with this business. The greats that have held it are those who have built this company and this industry as a whole. Dozens of Hall of Famers.
And Finn Balor taking control.
On Friday night, beginning Triple H. They held the gold. Week in, week out, working. Putting the company literally on your back. Yeah, the working man's championship. That's what it's always been termed over the years as Balor continues to stop playing Penta. The example set, of course, in 1979 by the late, great Pat Patterson. The first Hall of Famer to hold the title. Too sweet there. I don't know if the club is full. Penta out.
Penta picks Finn up. What's he gonna do? Nothing. Penta gets reversed. Oh,
How about the balance that Finn Balor was able to hold? Finn's taken over. Finn Balor, Penta, entertaining matchup here tonight on Monday Night Raw, the final Raw before WrestleMania, and of course the fatal 4-way match for the Intercontinental Championship on WrestleMania Sunday. Finn Balor letting Eddie Orengo do the count, take a break, maybe win this thing. Maybe Penta can't get up from that. Penta trying to drag himself back into the ring. Able to get in there. Oh,
Finn in complete control at the moment.
Finn hasn't been happy that Dom has had opportunities, and then Dom obviously saying the same thing back to Finn. One of them is going to want the title, and the other one's about to win it. I can see them turning on each other quickly. The only thing they really have in common, other than being on the Judgment Day, is that they are both hated by everyone.
Oh, that's true. Penta back to his feet. Penta and Breaker have had some problems as well.
Ron Breaker, man, those spears. Oh, if he hits you with a super spear, you are super done.
I don't know how Carlito was even here tonight. You saw him in the backstage attack on Breaker earlier on.
His spear was so fast, so dynamic, so explosive, he forced himself to do a front flip out.
Oh,
As I show speed about the Breaker spear.
chops to Finn. Finn reverses it.
Finn Balor again
Oh,
takes Penta out. This could be the win for Finn. Hook to the leg. And
oh, Penta kicks out.
In all these matches tonight, a lot of pressure on all these athletes. Is you don't want to go into WrestleMania with a loss. You know, playing football Pat over the years, heading into the playoffs, lose that last game of the year, hurt some of the momentum, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the greats are able to battle through, and hopefully you're able to do as such, especially for WrestleMania, but you could lose momentum quickly, and that mode can go the other way for the weekend for sure.
Penta. Oh, and Balor doing a great job forcing Penta to lose his balance. Balor has not allowed Penta to do any flying tonight. And Balor keep that up in this one-on-one match. Penta Balor and a barn burner here on Monday Night Raw. Through the four men in the fatal.
Oh.
Sunday at WrestleMania. Cover off the superplex. Hook of the leg.
Oh.
Kick out at 2.
Penta kicks out of the superplex.
Superplex for Finn Balor. Clanking Penta through Sacramento.
I asked kind of question a few moments ago about being a professional athlete. Had, of course, played professional football, and how when you're in the playoffs, you know they're coming. You lose that last game of the year. Does it hurt the momentum going into the playoffs the following week?
I think from having a front row seat, the good teams are able to make one loss just be one loss. Not turn it into two. But if you lose momentum, it can certainly carry into your next match.
Oh, nice.
Penta now building momentum.
Penta building momentum.
Heading into WrestleMania. On the other side, a huge win tonight heading into WrestleMania.
It is amazing to me the way that Penta is able to turn things around. Just tremendous resilience. When you think he's down and out, he just goes into a next gear. And look at that!
Oh, backstabber.
Backstabber! Cover by
Finn
Penta.
is down. No, it's just a kick out there too. Only just though.
How is Finn Balor able to move, let alone kick out after that?
I gained traction for months.
Might as well.
This crowd has been electric all night. What a way to kick off the most exciting, most important week in sports entertainment, WrestleMania week. 60,000 plus.
Shot from
Saturday
Penta.
and Sunday night at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas.
What's Penta calling for here?
Balor in trouble. Penta now. Looking to make some magic yet again. Balor fighting back. Penta lands on the apron.
Big chop.
Oh!
Oh, nice.
Kick by Penta to the face. Stops Balor in his tracks. Sling blade by Penta. And now Penta's starting to fly.
The freakish athleticism right now.
Now Balor with a sling blade of his own.
Balor needed that in the worst way.
Man, he's so good. Balor's so damn good.
Well, Penta was running away with it, Balor.
Oh, Penta though. A nice tilt roll backbreaker to Balor. Back and forth we go. Tremendous matchup between two of the best in the game. Penta now spins through, looking for the sacrifice, looking to dislocate the shoulder of Finn Balor.
That looked disgusting. Shoulder just popped out of place.
And now Penta.
Oh, reversal from Finn. 1, 2. No, Penta just kicks out.
He got me. How the hell
kicks. Oh.
Super kick to the jaw. Balor still on his feet now. Rock to the mat. Physical fight here between Penta and Finn. Both taking quite a beating before WrestleMania. Oh, and here's Dominic and Carlito. Judgment Day shows up once again. As Balor was in trouble, rolls up Penta, shoulders down.
Oh.
Penta kicks it too. Judgment Day had to make themselves a part of this. Of course they did. Working together tonight, will that be the case?
Oh, the kick into the corner.
At WrestleMania.
And Penta set up for the coup de grace.
Penta's in the drop zone. Uh-oh! I think the dogs are bucking in Sacramento.
And here comes Braun Breaker.
Badass is pissed off after getting attacked by the Judgment Day backstage. Carlito, you were in that same position last week. You might want to get the hell out of there. Start by Carlito. Here's Balor. Oh my goodness, Carlito just going right over our announce table to prevent himself from getting to Braun Breaker. That makes sense for Carlito for sure, especially after last week. And now Braun Breaker's getting kicked in the face. Yeah, I like how Carlito ran back into the ring. I think he broke my leg when he came up over the top. But nonetheless, double team now by Dom and Carlito on Braun Breaker. And Breaker is fighting back. Breaker!
Oh, double spear.
Hmm.
How about them apples? Two humans, one spear, and now Penta. Penta turn around. Because you might want to have a little bit of fear when you look in the eyes of Braun Breaker. Check by Penta. Penta stops Breaker in his tracks. Rana. Didn't get all of it. Breaker sent out of the ring though by Penta.
What's Penta gonna do? Jumping to the outside, takes everyone out.
Well, I mean, Penta's night. Penta, Balor, Mysterio, Breaker. It's the first fatal four-way match for the Intercontinental title in WrestleMania history. And it takes place on WrestleMania Sunday.
It looks like Penta might have a pretty good shot, at least at defeating Braun Breaker.
Yeah. Oh, here comes Ego. Let's see what she has to say.
ビアンカ・ベレアとウィア・リプリーで忠告だ。あんたたちは私がウィーメンズワールドチャンピオンだということを忘れてる。あんたたちはどうでもいいことで喧嘩し始めて私を恥に追いやったけど、そもそもその全ての争いの原因はこの私でしょ。なぜなら私があんたたちが心から望むもの、ウィメンズワールドチャンピオンシップを持っているから。もう無視されるのも忘れられるのも終わり。このタイトルをあんたたちが手に入れるためにはこの私を乗り越えなければならないし、私はあんたたち2人をまとめて相手にすることを受けて立つ。私はあんたたちをこれまで倒してきたし、また倒してみせる。At WrestleMania, you will never forget the name. Io Sky, Women's World Champion.
Interesting.
At WrestleMania, you know, I may have to make an appearance at WrestleMania After Dark. The official WrestleMania after party is taking place each night this Thursday through Sunday. Live in Lynn Beach at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, the official host hotel of WrestleMania 41. Tickets on sale now via WrestleManiaAfterDark.com.
I can't wait to see you eating in there celebrating the night that was for WrestleMania and the Fontainebleau.
Also, great WrestleMania weekend on the way in Las Vegas. Of course, Friday going to be a very special
voiced by you for the 28th time. And this triple threat could be the show stealer. CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and the OTC Roman Reigns.
It is the main event of WrestleMania Saturday. Also part of WrestleMania Saturday. It can't get much personal than this. Jade Cargill takes on a woman she believes was her twin. The very jealous Naomi. Saturday at WrestleMania.
Packed card, packed weekend. How about a World Tag Team Championship match? The New Day takes on the Monday Night War Raiders on WrestleMania Saturday.
Rey Mysterio's 13th WrestleMania. And he plans to embarrass and expose El Grande Americano. These two go one-on-one at WrestleMania.
El Grande Americano on the grandest stage. I can't wait. How about the United States Championship? Where L.A. Knight, yeah, defends his title against Jacob Fatu.
The Samoan Werewolf at WrestleMania Saturday. And how heated and personal and ugly has this become? Tiffany Strem defends the WWE Women's Championship against Charlotte Flair on WrestleMania Saturday.
That one has gotten real. How about the World Heavyweight Championship? Gunther, who has seemingly been flustered the last couple of weeks, take on the Yeet Universe and Jey Uso on WrestleMania Saturday.
And then we move over to WrestleMania Sunday. We'll have the Women's Tag Team Championship match. Bayley and Lyra Valkyria ran the gauntlet. They take on Liv and Raquel for the titles on WrestleMania Sunday.
WrestleMania Sunday, a battle of big men. The Sin City Street Fight. Damian Priest, Drew McIntyre, slug it out on WrestleMania Sunday.
Moments ago, we saw a preview of this match, the Intercontinental Championship Fatal 4-Way match. Braun Breaker defends against Penta, Balor, and Dirty Dom on WrestleMania Sunday.
And how about the Maverick, the show stealer, Logan Paul battling against the phenomenal one, AJ Styles, on a potential weekend-stealing fight on WrestleMania Sunday.
You want to talk about show stealers? What about this one? Io Sky defending the Women's World Championship in a triple threat match against the winner of the Elimination Chamber, Bianca Belair, a former champion, Rhea Ripley. The stars are out at WrestleMania Sunday. And ladies and gentlemen, it is for the undisputed WWE Championship. Cody Rhodes has held the title for a year. Can he continue to get it done? Or will John Cena set a record-breaking 17th World Championship? Rhodes, Cena, the main event for all the marbles. WrestleMania Sunday. Well, Mr. Heyman, still
You're so stressed. I'm gonna calm you down. Look at my eyes. What do you see? A cult of personality? No. A real friend. Who isn't gonna do anything. The tribal chief. The tribal chief.
at what a mess Paul Heyman finds himself in. Punk in his corner, owes Seth Rollins a favor, and now Roman Reigns hasn't talked to him since Heyman granted Punk the favor a couple of weeks ago.
And our OTC walks in here, and who is Paul talking to?
And here comes the OTC,
Not a good look for Mr. Heyman.
Roman Reigns. Raise the wands.
Roman Reigns is back live on Netflix. And this is so interesting to me because for the first time in a very long time, Roman Reigns will be entering the arena, the stadium, and will be entering the ring WrestleMania Saturday in the main event by himself. There's no bloodline anymore. The family members have all gone their separate ways. His special counsel, his wise man, Paul Heyman, despite the fact of trailing Roman like a puppy dog tonight, will not be out there with Roman. He will be in the corner of CM Punk. It is really a strange position for the original Tribal Chief.
This is a moment that all goats have to face. There comes a time when your own people might not be with you. They might turn against you. And you have to figure out whether this whole thing was real or not. Can you do this again? Can you ascend the mountain by yourself? All of the goats that we have seen throughout all of sports history have proven that they are him or her, and they are different than everybody else. You know, they're special, and that's what we're looking at here.
And Pat, it's interesting because think about what has happened over the past year to Roman Reigns. He headed into WrestleMania last year, WrestleMania Saturday. He and The Rock dismantled Rollins and Cody. He went in as confident as ever into the main event on WrestleMania Sunday. He would lose the championship after a record-setting reign, and then everything just fell apart. It's almost the gullet turned on
So we're coming towards the end of Raw. One segment left with Roman, Punk, and Rollins. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens here.
stand in all this. Will he remain loyal to Roman Reigns, the man who has been his gravy train for many years now? Will Paul Heyman remain loyal to the man he has called his best friend in professional wrestling? The man who he gave the start to his career, CM Punk. Or will Paul Heyman somehow align with Seth Rollins? After Rollins refused to stomp Heyman last week and told Paul, now you owe me a favor. As smug as they get, Paul Heyman. Roman Reigns is here on Raw.
And the ones are to the sky in Sacramento.
Paul Heyman, who followed Roman out to the ring like a puppy dog, will not be in Reigns' corner at WrestleMania.
We're hustling back there.
What does Roman have to say? OTC. OTC.
OTC. OTC.
The whole world can hear that you love and acknowledge your tribal chief. And now the whole world understands that you would never betray your tribal chief. But not everybody's like you. Some people would betray me. Sacramento, you got any guesses on who that might be? Wise man, how could you betray me? Sacramento, wise man, he can't hear you. Sacramento, wise man, he can't hear you. You gotta say it a little louder. Sacramento, I must be a little confused here. Sacramento, I must be a little confused here. The way favors work is you usually pay it back yourself, correct? You usually pay it back yourself, correct? It feels like the only person getting screwed here in this whole favor is me.
Wow.
If there's one thing you know about me, if there's one thing you know about your tribal chief, we ain't ever gonna ask for a favor. No, we take what we want. So I don't owe a favor because I never asked for any help. I never asked for anybody to join me at war games. Therefore, I never asked for this favor. So please tell me how I'm supposed to cover the tab for your dumbass favor.
Here comes Seth freaking Rollins.
give it up for your tribal chief, because after over a decade, you're finally getting it, man. You're finally starting to put the pieces together all by yourself. You're almost there. You're just missing one little piece, and it's a real shame. It's too little, it's too late, because I still gotta end you at WrestleMania. And it's for the same reason it's always been, because it's the right thing to do. See, this triple threat match at WrestleMania, this is the biggest, most important triple threat match in the history of WrestleMania, in the history of this company, in the history of this industry, because the winner of this match will define the future of our industry. No, it can't be you. It can't be you. Because if this business is filled with people like you, people that don't show up except for when it's convenient and want everybody else to do all the dirty work, then this business dies. And it can't be CM Punk either, and you're starting to figure that out. Because if this business is filled with little CM Punks running around who want to pick up their ball and go home when times get tough, only to come back and leech off the profits of other people's success, this business dies. Oh, yeah. Y'all want the business to die, do ya? Well, I don't. Because if this business is filled with people like me who will sacrifice physical and mental well-being to always do what is best for business, the business not only lives, but it thrives. There can be only one, and it's gotta be me. And as for that one little piece that you haven't quite figured out, favors don't happen by chance, Roman. Favors are a choice. I chose not to put Paul Heyman in the hospital last week, and now Paul Heyman can choose whether or not he wants to pay that debt to me. But your wise man, he is dishonorable as they come. He is a scumbag, and I expect nothing from him. Paul Heyman is not in CM Punk's corner at WrestleMania by chance. Paul Heyman has made a choice. It's not just a betrayal, Roman. What you need to ask yourself, the final piece of this puzzle, he's not just returning a favor, he's choosing. You gotta figure out, why is he choosing CM Punk over you? your choice. And I made mine. Oh! Roman Reigns attacking Rollins. For a moment we thought Seth had talked some sense into Roman Reigns, but Roman didn't want to hear it. I acknowledge you, my tribal chief.
And here comes Punk. Roman just pushed Paul Heyman over, and here comes Punk.
If you look at history, he was the first ever Paul Heyman guy. And now Punk and Reigns going at each other. 5 nights away from the main event at WrestleMania. Paul Heyman in CM Punk's corner at WrestleMania. Turns around into a spear. And now Reigns unloading on Punk.
Reigns with a spear to Punk, and now Reigns going in on Punk.
Tonight. Oh no. Rollins with a shield chair. Deja vu. Eerily reminiscent of the chair to the back that disintegrated the Shield forever. And now Rollins with a stop to CM Punk. And Rollins with a stop to Roman Reigns. Rollins on a mission to save professional wrestling in his mind. Unleashing one of the most dangerous Seth Rollins we've ever seen.
And there we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm just talking to the stream. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll be back tomorrow for NXT. Probably go live around about 12ish for that, not 11, because it'll be a bit early for NXT. So I'll see you tomorrow. Good night,
See you
everyone.
tomorrow, man. Good night.